As we remain standing, we start this event with the national anthem. Together we recite the third stanza of the national anthem as our opening prayer. Together we pray, O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. Let us have our seats. Distinguished guests, esteemed engineers, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the second Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila Annual Colloquium, a platform where ideas meet action and where engineering shapes our nation. Today's theme, infrastructure development as a bedrock for growth in trade, economy and investment in Nigeria, is not just a topic, it is a national imperative. Because the truth is very simple. No nation can rise above the strength of its infrastructure. Today, we honor a man whose legacy is firmly rooted in nation building, Engineer, Distinguished Senator, Chief Adekemi Kila, FNSC, a distinguished civil engineer, former technical manager at Julius Baja, pioneer president of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and a former senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished Senator Kila represents excellence, leadership, and impact from construction sites to policy chambers. He is not just a builder of structures, he is a builder of systems, standards, and future professionals. This event is more than a gathering. It is a call to rethink infrastructure, a call to drive investment, and a call to build the Nigeria we all desire. Ladies and gentlemen, let the conversation begin. Let the event begin. You are all welcome. Can we please put our hands together for ourselves? I don't know what NICE did, but today is very, very nice for them because of the dignitaries they have at this event. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to this event. I don't know how you want to do it. If you want to clap, if you want to stand, whatever you want to do. But the number one engineer in Nigeria, the chairman of this occasion, who is the president and chairman in council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, let us make welcome Engineer Ali Alimasi Arabiu, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow of the Academy of Engineering, member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are very, very much welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here in our midst a woman of substantial substance, the immediate past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. I don't know how you will react when I call her name, but that will show in your reaction. Let's make welcome Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. You are very, very much welcome, Mommy. Also present at this event is the host, the National Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Engineer Tokunbo Ajanaku, FNSC. Let's put our hands together for him. We have in our midst the Vice President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, our very own Engineer Olaolu Ogunduile, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst we have the Deputy President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Let us put our hands together for Engineer Valerie Ifweko Agberagba, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. A round of applause for her. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very special recognition, and that goes to the honoree, and then we will come back to the other recognition. I read somewhere in his profile that he was given a title for dancing. I'm very correct, Daddy. So as we recognize Daddy and his wife, you will play him a very wonderful short music so that we'll see that that title is true. Ladies and gentlemen, the honoree of today, Engineer Distinguished Senator Adekemi Kila, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and his amiable wife, Mrs. Funke Kila. Can you please give them that music? Touch it and then. That's Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you don't know, Mommy holds the title Iya Oge Afonlaye. Afonlaye. Clap for me, I tried. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers gracing this event. We have the Vice President, Engineering, Technology and Innovations Management, Engineer Halimat Adediran, FNSC. Please a round of applause for her. In our midst, we have the Vice President, Membership Services, who takes care of your affairs, all members of NSE, Engineer Usman Tijani, FNSE MNI. A round of applause for him. We have here present also a National ESCO member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, National ESCO member Professional Development, Engineer Dayabu Tijani, FNSE. A round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, just to correct my earlier introduction, the president of Koren, Engineer Professor Sadiq Zubair Abubakar, FNSE, FA Eng, is here represented by the Vice President of Koren, Engineer Olaolu Ogunduyile, FNSE. A round of applause for him. And the Registrar of Koren, Professor OAU Uche, FNSE, is ably represented by Engineer Oladipupo Mabogaje, FNSE, PhD. All the National ESCO members of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers here present, we recognize you. All fellows of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and NICE here present, please wave your hands wherever you are. Wave your hands, you are all welcome. Distinguished corporate members, graduate members, student members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers here present, all the captains of industries, government representatives, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, and especially the family and friends of the honoree. Please put your hands together for yourselves wherever you are. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking much of your time, we'll quickly go to the program of events. The program is on page 1 of the brochure. May I now invite for his welcome address the National Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Engineer Tokumbo Ajanaku, FNSE. Please a round of applause for him.
I'd like to say good morning, everybody. And then I would want to rest on the well-established protocol. But even then, I would like to deviate very quickly, as is expected, and respectfully acknowledge in our midst the President of Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali Alimrazira Rabiu. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so very much. Also in our midst today, it is dignifying, it's a pleasure to have her in our midst, the first female president of our great society, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, FNSE. You're most welcome. Also in our midst is the deputy president of our great society, Engineer Valerie Ifweko Agberaga. You're welcome, ma. Like I said, I'm doing a small detail, so I would want to step down on those protocols. But I need to say without any fear that why do we have this event? This event is critical to us because there is a man that is a mentor, a teacher, a support, an administrator par excellence. The man that we're celebrating today. Please help me celebrate the one and only Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila, today's honoree. Distinguished representations from Koren, you are duly recognized. EXCO members of the Great Society, you are recognized. Also, past national chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, you are deeply appreciated and recognized, led in this gathering today by Engineer Dr. Robbie James Owivery. You are well recognized. Thank you so very much. I can see Engineer Andem Ekbobasi. You're most welcome. Thank you so very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are all warmly welcomed to this event. Today, as I began to speak, in came past president of the society, Engineer Kashim Ali. You're welcome, sir. I know you'll be properly recognized later. You're most welcome, sir. Today, my speech is very clearly written and in the brochure, so I will not be running through the speech. But my job is very simple. My job is to make everybody welcome and to celebrate each and every one of us. So if you do not mind, can you please put your hands together and celebrate each and every one of us for being here today? Thank you very much. Thank you. You're all welcome. I also want to use this opportunity to celebrate without any iota of doubt today's honoree, Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila, Chairman, Board of Trustees of our great institution, the first and only president of NICE, a distinguished elder statesman, a fine gentleman, a teacher, a mentor, a man that speaks and stands by his words. With Senator Adekemi Kila, words are not cheap, because every word that he speaks, he backs it up with commensurate action. Today, I am deeply proud to associate with this engineer par excellence, not just in the technical capacity, but in his capacity as a role model, which is something that is critically missing today. And I want to sincerely celebrate you, sir. Thank you for all you do. When I came into NICE quite a while back, like I like to say, because sometimes history can be very funny. I remember that when I came back into the country, I went and joined one institution, and then I had to come to NICE because it was more auspicious, it was more welcoming, and it was that only because of Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila. In 2001, when it all began, I was one of the small boys that was carrying chairs. Senator Kila was one of the big men, the founders, the pioneers, the fighters. Because anything that is said here, if we do not put that particular qualification, the fighters, then we will be wrong. Because for NICE to stay, these men had to fight. And today, I celebrate you, sir. I celebrate the legacy of our great founders. Thank you so very much for all you do, because if you had not done it, we will not be here today. So today is your day, sir. And my words are to you that you will live long to be celebrated further. Greater you is yet to come. God bless you. God bless everyone for being here. One more time, I say welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, the National Chairman of NICE. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the program of events, I quickly like to welcome to this event a past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow of the Academy of Engineering, member of the National Institute, our INEC chairman. You know that. A round of applause for him. You're welcome. Also, the keynote speaker at this event, we welcome the former Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Dakuku Peterside. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue quickly to the program of events. To give us his opening remarks is the President and Chairman in Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, our amiable engineer Ali Alimasuya Rabiu, FNSE, FA Eng, member of the Order of the Federal Republic. He is notably known for his agenda of resetting energy, NSE, for innovation and development. Please let us rise as we welcome him to the podium. Thank you.
Why should they rise? My IPP, please sit down. Everyone sit down. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله نبي كريم. My Deputy President, Engineer Valerie Foko-Agbiraba, FNSC, President of Koren, here very ably represented by the Vice President, Engineer Olaolu Ogundide, FNSC. As we used to say it in NSE presidential jokes and parlance, my boss, the immediate past president of the NSE, first female president of the NSE in 66 years history of the society. We call her a woman of substantial substance. Engineer Mrs. Margaret Aina Oguntala, FNSE. We miss you, Madam President. Past president of our great society, past president of Koren, an elder with whom we are well pleased, Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSC, FANG, MNI. Our guests, we have the keynote speaker who is already here, Dr. Dakuku Peter Said, former managing director of NIMASA. You're welcome. I'm also told that the guest speaker is Dr. Kayode Okwefa, the managing director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation. If you are here, we welcome you. EXCO members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, my vice presidents, Vice President Professional Membership Services is here, Usman Tijani. Rise for recognition. Because you need this recognition, you are still asking for votes. Vice President, I didn't ask the DP to rise because she has graduated. Vice President, Engineering, Technology, and Innovation Management, Adima Adediran. Rise. I know you still need to rise. The National Chairman of NICE, Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. This is one national chairman amongst the many divisional chairmen that I'm very, very proud of. Not because I am a nice man, but because of the good things he is doing as the national chairman of NICE. I will say more in the course of my remarks. Let me welcome the past national chairmen of NICE who are here. You have all worked to hold together this great institution, even though NSCHE has tried to relegate you to second positions in many occasions. But I believe that with a civil engineer now on the saddle, NICE will wake up again. Before I go ahead with my remarks, I'd like to start with an appreciation. To appreciate the national chairman of NICE for the good work he is doing. This young man, within 1 year, is turning NICE around. Of particular note, who is that? Is that the MD? Guest speaker, please, can you come forward? Sit down, guest speaker. When you come late, you sit down quietly. Worthy of note is the headquarters development project that he has taken upon himself to do for NICE. He has deployed resources to acquire a plot of land around the airport, a very big plot of land, and he has commenced construction works on that land as the permanent office of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers in Abuja. As we speak, they have finished the substructure. This was something that started just about 4 weeks ago. They have finished the substructure, and now they are ready to go ahead with the superstructure. All the monies he has spent so far, over 120 million naira, were deployed by him from his own personal resources. So these are the type of people. These are the type of people we want to come out and run our institutions. And of course, the Nigerian Society of Engineers at the center. People who will give to the society, not people who will take from the society. So, Engineer Tokumba Janaku, I'd like to, on behalf of Council, to appreciate you and to assure you that you already have earned a Presidential Merit Award at Maiduguri. Still on, I'm not sure I've finished the protocol. I've not recognized the honoree. He has been so well described by the Director of Programs. So I have nothing more to add, only to add that you are being duly recognized by NICE, duly recognized. And NICE has promised that for as long as you live, or even after you have left the shores of this world, this lecture, this colloquium will continue, inshallah. And I welcome your amiable wife, who is by your side also. I welcome the Registrar of Koren, whom I'm told is represented by Engineer Dikbo. I actually asked him to ensure that he is here, but I think he has some things in the office, so that's why he's not able to be here. So when you get back, tell him that we had the program, and a good program for that matter. So I'm delighted to join you here today as the chairman of this event, which is the prestigious Engineers Senator Adekemi Kila FNSC Annual Colloquium. Today's edition is the second in the series, duly organized by the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. I recall at the first edition, I also chaired the occasion, at the time representing my boss, Madam President, Engineer Margaret Oguntala, who tried also at the time to join even via online, but our networks deprived her. And that's why we are afraid to transmit results electronically, because of the networks. So let me express my sincere appreciation to the Executive Committee and to all members of NICE for the deliberate and thoughtful arrangements made possible to ensure that this important colloquium is hosted year after year. Your steadfast commitment to sustaining this intellectual and professional platform speaks eloquently to your dedication to the values and vision of our society. This lecture series holds a special place in our hearts, as it is organized to honor a truly remarkable icon of our profession, Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila, FNSC, a trailblazer and a pillar of integrity. Engineer Kila's professional life will continue to inspire generations of engineers across Nigeria and beyond. He epitomizes excellence, ethical conduct, and commitment to the advancement of engineering practice. His deep dedication to capacity building among young engineers, coupled with his visionary leadership, will remain profoundly relevant as we collectively strive towards sustainable development in Nigeria. This year's theme, infrastructure development as the bedrock for growth in trade, economy, and investment in Nigeria, is both timely and compelling. It challenges us to broaden our perspectives beyond technical execution to embrace leadership, policy influence, and governance. Engineers must increasingly participate in shaping policies that underpin our infrastructure and economic progress. Our active involvement is essential for building a resilient and prosperous Nigeria. We are privileged to have in our midst today distinguished speakers who add immense value to this gathering. Our keynote speaker, former Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Senator Dakuku Peter Said. Were you in the Senate, sir? Oh, wow. That's why I saw Senator here and I knew that you were not in the Senate. Sorry. Honorable Dr. Dakuku Peter Said is a man of excellence and integrity. Also, our guest speaker, the erudite scholar and managing director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, who came in very good time, Dr. Kayode Opaifa. Despite their demanding schedules, both have graciously accepted our invitation to share their insights, and for this, we are deeply grateful. Kayode, I believe you will recall that we met sometimes when I went to represent my boss, my president, at MBTI, and you looked at me, and said my face looked familiar, and I said your own also looked familiar. So when I told you I came to represent Margaret Oguntala, who was the president of the NSC, you said, okay, that you know her very well, and maybe you knew also my face gave you knew my face through her. So you are welcome. Let me charge our participants here, both those who are here in person and virtually, to extend my heartfelt thanks for your presence. I want your participation underscores the importance of this event and our collective commitment to shaping Nigeria's future. I encourage everyone to engage actively, share insights, and think innovatively. Let us harness this platform for impactful discourse and meaningful contributions. I wish everyone very fruitful engagements and impactful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Please, let's put our hands together for the President and Chairman in Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful remarks. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Make Way Nigeria Limited to now prepare to play a video documentary on the honoree at this event. So please, let us sit tight as we now watch and know better who Engineer Distinguished Senator Adekemi Kila, FNSC, is. Make way.
Adekemi Kila, born on the 14th December 1945, is a Nigerian politician and engineer who served in the Senate representing Ekiti Central in April 2007, just after working for Julius Berger Nigerian PLC for 30 years as a civil engineer and as a technical manager administration for 18 years. He He is currently a council member of Standards Organization of Nigeria. He is a devoted Christian of the Anglican Church of Nigeria. He attended University of Wales Institute of Science and Technology, now Cardiff University, in 1970 and received a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering and was also awarded an honorary doctorate degree in Business Administration of Bradley University, Lacey, Washington, D.C., United States in April 2002. He started his engineering career with a firm of construction engineers, Andrews Court, in 1974 and a firm of consulting engineers, LHW and Partners, in 1975 before joining Julius Berger Nigerian PLC in 1976 to 2007 and was promoted to the rank of a technical manager in 1986, a post he held for 18 years before retirement. He became a board member of the National Directorate of Employment in 1987. He is an executive council member of Nigerian Society of Engineers. He represented NSE at the 2014 Confab. He later became the director, National Road Federation, and also an executive board of directors of International Road Federation, Washington, D.C., United States, representing Nigerian Road Federation and the federal government of Nigeria. He is also a member of the Board of Trustees of the Nigerian American Foundation, Miami, Florida, United States. He was the president of the Federation of Construction Industry, formerly Federation of Building and Civil Engineering Contractors in Nigeria from May 1996 to May 2001. He also became the Vice President of Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. He was Pioneer President General, Senior Staff Consultative Association of Nigeria, now Trade Union Congress. He is currently a council member of Save Democracy Africa. Adekemi Kila was elected senator for Ekiti Central Senatorial District and was an active member of key committees during which he made landmark achievements as the vice chairman of Senate Committee on Works. At this time, he helped in facilitating the completion of Songo Ota Bridge that was long abandoned, and also the Ita Awure Efon Iwaraja Road. Hitherto has been abandoned for over 30 years. He was also involved in normalization of many land disputes in Federal Capital Territory during his tenure as a member of Senate Committee on Works. He also was chairman of the subcommittee for projects in the North Central and Southwest regions. Senate appointments. Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Works, consequently Chairman, Subcommittee on Federal Roads Maintenance Agency. Member, Senate Committee on State and Local Government. Member, Senate Committee on Solid Minerals. Member, Senate Committee on FCT. Member, Senate Committee on Upstream Petroleum. Member, Senate Committee on Drugs, Narcotics and Anti-Corruption. Member, Senate Committee on Privatization. Member, Senate Committee on ID Card and National Population. Member, Senate Committee on Constitutional Review. Some of the awards earned in recognition of his contribution to national development while in the Senate include, but are not limited to, AMA Award for Transparent Leadership 2008, AMA Award for Role Models 2008, Ekiti State Best Senator of the Year 2008, Igede Youth Patrons Award, Africa Youth International Excellence in Leadership Award. Professional activities. On the professional scene, Kila is a fellow of various institutions including Fellow, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow, Nigerian Institute of Building, Fellow, Institute of Corporate Administration, Fellow, Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Pioneering President, Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Registered Member, Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Registered Member, Council of Registered Builders of Nigeria, Member, Nigerian Road Federation. Kila is a trade unionist and has led several successful trade union negotiations during his career. He was the chairman of Julius Berger Nigerian PLC Senior Staff Association for 7 years from 1979 to 1986. He later became the national president of Construction and Civil Engineering Senior Staff Association from 1982 to 1990 and was in the forefront of the crusade for the implementation of the federal government's national construction policy. Kila was President General, Senior Staff Consultative Association of Nigeria, now Trade Union Congress. Kila is an astute manager of men, money and materials and has earned him several appointments. Senator Kila is an active member of Anglican Church of Nigeria. He is a member of St. Matthew's Anglican Church, Maitama, Abuja, where he served as the chairman of the fundraising committee in building a church in Mabuchi. He is a member of St. Paul's Church, Efonalaye, where his long-term continuous immense activities rewarded him as the Baba Ijo of the church, being his hometown church. Ladies and gentlemen civil engineers, we present to you the honoree of the second annual colloquium, Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila.
Please, let's put our hands together once more for our honoree. I was watching Baba closely. When they were showing his early days, Baba was just laughing. I wonder what was going through his mind. Thank you very much. That was a very wonderful one. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going into the, will I call it, academic part of this event now. We have done a lot of ceremonies, speeches. Now, we shall now be taking the keynote speech and then the guest lecture, especially on the theme for this event, just to remind us, is infrastructure development as the bedrock for growth in trade, economy, and investment in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our keynote speaker to please come forward as we take his citation. Let us put our hands together for Honorable Dr. Dakuku Peterside. His citation is on page 21 of the brochure. Yes, you will stand. I'll read. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the profile of the keynote speaker. Dr. Dakuku Ado Peterside, public policy expert, former Director General of NIMASA. Dr. Dakuku Peterside is a distinguished public policy expert, governance strategist, and development-oriented leader with extensive experience across Nigeria's public sector, legislature, and maritime administration. He is widely recognized for his contributions to infrastructure development, institutional reforms, and strategic leadership in key sectors of the Nigerian economy. Born in Beriye, Okpobo Kingdom in Rivers State, Dr. Peterside's early life spanned several parts of Nigeria, including Aba, Kaduna, and Port Harcourt, shaping his broad national outlook. Please, a round of applause for him. He attended Okrika Grammar School and proceeded to the Rivers State University of Science and Technology, where he obtained a degree in medical laboratory science, specializing in hematology and blood transfusion. He further earned a master's degree in management and doctorate from the University of Port Harcourt, reflecting his strong interdisciplinary academic background. Dr. Peterside began his public service career in 1999 as Special Assistant on Youth and Student Affairs to the Governor of Rivers State at the age of 29, demonstrating early leadership and commitment to public engagement. He went on to serve in various strategic roles, including chairman of Opobo Nkuru local government area, senior special assistant on works, and later commissioner of works in Rivers State from 2007 to 2011. As commissioner, he managed one of the largest infrastructure portfolios in the state's history, overseeing over 200 road projects spanning more than 1,000 kilometers, as well as multiple bridges and major transport infrastructure. Can we put our hands together for him? Amongst many, many others. Dr. Peter Said later served as the Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, from 2016 to 2020, where he led efforts to strengthen Nigeria's maritime governance framework, enhance regulatory oversight, and promote sectoral development. Under his leadership, NIMASA gained recognition as Public Organization of the Year 2016, reflecting institutional improvements and strategic repositioning. A member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants of Nigeria, and a member of the Institute of Medical Laboratory Sciences of Nigeria, Dr. Peter Said combines technical expertise with strong leadership and policy insight. He is widely regarded as a thought leader in governance, infrastructure policy, and institutional development, with a reputation for strategic thinking, reform-driven leadership, and commitment to national development. Dr. Peter Said is married with children. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Compe. And the protocol has been established, and so I don't need to go back to that just to save time. But I will pay special recognition to our honoree, Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila, for very many reasons. I mean, for very many reasons. I like to say it in one word, that this man is an icon in the country. I think that Nigeria deserves to honor him in a very special way. And that honor will definitely come. And please, chairman of NSC, who is also chairman of the day, kindly permit me to rest on the protocol you have very well established. And you did a fantastic job. You did a fantastic job. And the chairman of NICE, I told him after his speech that that was a quite an inspiring speech. Quite, and I think I was moved. Most of us were moved. The MD of Nigerian Railway Corporation deliberately, intentionally, chose to abdicate his place here and went to hide somewhere behind. We will not accept that. By the powers conferred on the chairman of the occasion, the chairman has asked me to direct you to come here. Chairman, did you ask him to come here? Please come here. All right, thank you very much. I asked, at the time I received this invitation, I asked how many minutes do I have to speak? I was told that I had 45 minutes, but now I'm informed that I must speak for only 15 minutes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's destiny as an economic giant will not be written in political manifestos or in great speeches. Rather, it will be on the strength of our roads, power grid, airports, seaports, generally our infrastructure. Slogan can never make us economic giants. We can slogan for whatever we like. It will not make us an economic giant. And so today, as we discuss on the theme, infrastructure development as the bedrock for growth in trade, economy, and investment in Nigeria, we are confronting a simple truth, that no nation can grow her economy, sustain its trade, or attract investment on the strength of borrowed infrastructure, or even wishful thinking in infrastructure. And that is our reality. We want to be a first world nation without fixing infrastructure. I had written some time ago that wishful thinking is not a strategy. We can wish. When we talk about infrastructure, very often we all narrow our thinking to roads, bridges, airports, seaports. Power. You're very correct. These are indeed visible parts of infrastructure. But infrastructure is much more than concrete and steel. And that's the first mindset we need to address. It is the invisible platform that turns raw potential into productivity, local activity to global trade. And so when we are able to connect infrastructure to trade, to attraction of investment, when we connect local infrastructure to economic growth, then we begin to realize our potentials. But for most of our policymakers, our focus is transactional. Let's build roads. Let's build airports. Let's build seaports. Without looking at the connection between these infrastructural projects and how it will spur trade, how it will drive economic growth, how it will attract investment. You're very correct. Our case is peculiar. We're a nation that is blessed in all dimensions. We have a population of about 220 million. Out of these 220 million, most of them are young people, and it means a lot. Young people means we have a strong workforce. Young people means we have a potential market. We don't only have population, we are blessed with enormous natural resources. And yet, despite all of this, our economic growth has been stunted over the years. We can't compare with our peer nations, nations that got independence at the same time. Look at the story of China. Before 1960, our GDP was higher than that of China. Even after we fought a civil war by 1970, our GDP was still higher than that of China. But something happened in 1978. When that happened, China opened itself to the world. Look at the GDP of China from 1990s till date. It simply grew geometrically. And today, China's GDP is literally several times more than that of Nigeria. What did they do? They did not only open up the economy, they fixed infrastructure. Because they fixed infrastructure, They became the manufacturing hub of the world. They did not only become manufacturing hub of the world, they became the trade center. So they were not only manufacturing. I want you to look at the linkage between the fact that they fixed infrastructure. China has today the fastest speed rail in the world, fantastic roads, airports that can compete with the best in the Western world. And so, our own case in Nigeria, the challenge is what is now referred to as infrastructure deficit or the infrastructure gap. That is our albatross. And it is not an abstract idea. The infrastructure gap is not an abstract idea. It's the fact that today, the roads to enable us move goods from the local area to either where it will be exported or where it's needed is not there. Our rails, is it aviation? We don't have an airport that we can call a global hub. What of stable power supply? What of our renewable capacity? Broadband, data centers, even social infrastructure, hospitals, schools, housing, water systems. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this gap is not merely a technical problem. It is a break to our economic growth. It has stalled our economic growth. And we can't be complaining when we know that the challenge is infrastructure deficit. And so that takes me to the question. We have identified the fact that we have infrastructure deficit. How is that connected to trade? It is true, a fact, that trade is the engine of growth. There is no nation that can grow by itself. No nation can pride itself as being self-sufficient. Every nation must trade to make progress. And for trade to function effectively, three things are essential. The first is access to markets and resources. The second is mobility of goods and services. And the third is speed of transactions and delivery. Infrastructure provides all three. Whether access to markets, access to resources, it is infrastructure. If you talk about mobility of goods and services, it is infrastructure. If you talk about speed of transactions and delivery, it is infrastructure. So infrastructure addresses all three. So when you fix infrastructure, you have fixed access to markets, you have fixed mobility of goods and services, you have fixed speed of transactions. Can you imagine for a moment if Nigeria can fix all three, and of course, meaning fixing infrastructure, it will mean that we have efficient modern seaports and inland ports. If Nigeria could fix infrastructure, it means we have a functional rail network that link our ports to centers of production, whether in northern Nigeria. Most of the agricultural products we export are grown in northern part of the country. Can you imagine for one moment that we have express rail that can move goods from northern Nigeria to the seaport of Lagos or Port Harcourt? It will be easier to export. More persons will be involved in export trade. Can you imagine one moment that we have well-maintained roads, functional roads? I don't know how many of you had experienced it. If you move your goods today by road from Lagos to Kano, it will most likely take you at least 7 days by road. By the way, I'm involved in a firm, Transport Rail Services, and I want to publicly thank Engineer Kayode Okpeifa, who is first my friend before MD of Nigerian Railway Corporation. He's been our sole sponsor, catalyst, to drive that project where we want to use rail, this is private sector, to move goods from the city of Lagos to Kano. And we have been on this for many years until Engineer Kayode Okpeifa came and granted us what is called operating license. On behalf of Nigerians that will benefit from that service, let me publicly say thank you to Engineer Kayode Okoifa. And so, infrastructure is what will unblock our trade arteries and transform Nigeria to a global trade hub. I didn't just say African trade hub or West African trade hub. If we fix infrastructure, Nigeria will be a global trade hub. The reason is simple. We've got the market, smart people, natural resources, rare metals. We have everything. I've never seen a country so blessed like Nigeria. Yet, we're the one country that is battling with poverty and hunger simply because there's something we need to fix and get right. That thing is infrastructure. We've talked about how infrastructure can fix trade. What of economic growth? Growth, as you know, is not just about GDP figures. On a chart, we can churn out GDP. It's about productivity, value addition, and diversification. Our economy still depends heavily on oil and gas. If anything happens in the Niger Delta, the entire country will be shaken. Meanwhile, we have some of the most arable lands in the world. If you talk about mining, we have natural resources that very few countries can compete with. However, we still depend on oil and gas. And unfortunately, the contribution of oil and gas is declining every single year. And so we need to diversify effectively. And to diversify, we must build both our physical and digital infrastructure ecosystems, where agriculture, manufacturing, mining, and services can thrive. And infrastructure is the launch pad of diversification. It will be wishful thinking if we think that we can diversify without infrastructure. Modern irrigation system, agricultural hubs, cold chain logistics can turn our farms into factories, connecting rural producers to regional and global markets. Reliable power, in particular, can unlock industrialization in the country. Digital infrastructure can make us a global fintech hub. We have first become a regional fintech hub. And I can say with some degree of certainty, we are a continental regional hub for fintech. But we can become a global hub if we get our digital infrastructure right. And so, every single naira or dollar invested in infrastructure is not just an investment. It has multiplier effect. Roads would create jobs, both for the immediate and the long term. Power will create industries. It will enable factories operate at optimal capacity. Ports and logistics will attract ancillary industries. So when we build ports, it is not just center of moving goods and services. A lot of ancillary services are associated with our ports. And so, more broadly speaking, infrastructure improves citizens' access to social services, whether education. I don't know if you know that during COVID-19, many nations depended on broadband to teach their children, to take their children through school. That did not happen in Nigeria. Not only is our broadband at the time, was at that time suboptimal, but our people could not even afford it. But that's the way the world is going. And so, infrastructure should not be seen just as an expense to be economized. Let it be seen for what it is, an investment to drive growth in trade, in investment, in industrialization, because that is what it truly is. The World Bank estimates that bringing Nigeria's infrastructure up to the level of medium income countries could add about 4% points to our annual growth over time, fundamentally reshaping the trajectory of our economy. And so the World Bank data is that if we can fix our infrastructure to the middle level country, not to the first world, and that instead of growing by 4% per annum, we will grow by at least 8% per annum. Imagine Nigeria's growth at 8% per annum. We will leapfrog from what we are today, a developing nation, to, if not a first world nation, at least to a middle level in country with GDP comparable to most European countries, simply by getting infrastructure right. We've talked about trade. It could spur trade, economic development. What of investment? Every day as a country, we embark on campaign to Western countries to attract investors. Investors, whether local or international, will not invest in abstract ideas. They will not invest in campaign slogans. They will not invest in PowerPoints. Investors will go where there is predictability, profitability, and protection. When a business cannot rely on stable electricity, predictable transportation, functional customs and port system, the risk premium on investment rises sharply. And so we can carry out campaigns. No investor, no serious investor will put their money in your country if you don't have infrastructure that is predictable. If it's not sure of power, not sure of security, not sure of at least the basic infrastructure of road, rail, no investor will do that. And so we need to invest in infrastructure. When it is functional and well managed, investor confidence naturally grows. Businesses are more likely to set up factories rather than importing every substandard group from China. Even the Chinese will come and set up in Nigeria if they are sure of power, if they are sure of roads, if they are sure of our aviation and other things. And we have seen this dynamic play out in the ICT sector, in fintech, thanks to the improved network that we have, our broadband. Like I said earlier, Nigeria has become a leading center, a hub in fintech, regionally, continentally, and I hope globally. We must apply the same logic to our physical infrastructure, whether it's roads, railways, ports, power, so that we can become an investment hub. All of these things are enablers in the investment map. And so, beyond providing the physical infrastructure, the other important thing that matters is the fact that we must have institutions in place. Building infrastructure is not the same as developing infrastructure. Too often we confuse constructing a facility with the process of creating a system that works. Very often we build a road. 3 years down the line, that road is literally not functional. Because from conception to design to execution, we didn't get our best professionals to get involved throughout the value chain. And so, real infrastructure development requires much more than bricks and mortar. It demands strong institutions that provide clear rules, defined mandates, and robust coordination mechanisms, including effective regulatory oversight, for which the NSC must be a leading advocate. And precisely, the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers must also be a frontline advocate. But not just regulatory oversight. We must become advocates for professionalism. And above all, we need to recommit to technical excellence and integrity and professional integrity. And these are the two values for which our honoree, Engineer Adekemi Kila, stands as a symbol. Development is not measured by the number of projects inaugurated, but how well those projects serve our people, how long they last, and how they improve the quality of life for all. Infrastructure development, therefore, is ultimately about institutions, the rules, the people, the systems that turn concrete and steel into lasting progress and impact. When we look at the future, Nigeria's position is strategic. The African Continental Free Trade Area offers us a massive opportunity. But for Nigeria to benefit, our infrastructure must meet, if not global standards, at least continental standards. We need cross-border rail and road that links with our neighboring countries. We need harmonized custom procedures and digital trade platforms. We need regional energy and ICT networks, functional ports linked to the hinterland. A well-connected Nigeria has got the potential to become a production base for the African market. We can attract multinational companies that seek regional hubs, enhance our geopolitical influence through economic power, not just population size. We've bragged a lot about population size. Enough of that. Time to do the work. Our population could be both an advantage and a burden. In our case, it is a burden today. It is not an advantage to us. However, we've talked about infrastructure. How do we finance all of these big things, these big ideas? Government alone cannot bear the full burden. Yet, the private sector cannot do it without the right framework. It's not enough for us to say, please go and tell them to bring their money. Let's do PPP. No, nobody will do PPP until we are sure of the policy and regulatory framework, of the judicial system, of consequence system. And so, we now must look at other ways of financing infrastructure. Because if we depend on government alone, we will continue to dream and we will remain dreamers. Finally, I'd like to speak about the role of leadership, professionals, because I know there are engineers here, and the public in driving infrastructure. Like I said, it is good to put infrastructure in place. It's an enabler for trade. It will attract investment. It will drive growth in the economy. And that we need to mobilize money to fix infrastructure. However, none of this can happen without strong, visionary leadership at all levels, whether at the federal level, state level, local government levels. Leaders must rise above campaign cycle. That's our greatest challenge. We must rise above immediate gains, transactional mindset, and begin to think long-term, begin to think strategic. That's a challenge we have. Political and policy leaders, like Engineer Kila, must dream big dreams, not just the convenience of today, not just political cycle dreams. They must protect infrastructure budget from diversion. Because most times we hear big budget for infrastructure, nothing concrete to show for it. They must resist the lure of rent seeking. Most of our political leaders are transaction-minded. We want to do a road in my constituency, 27 billion. If we are not sure 7 billion will enter somebody's pocket, nobody will advance that cause. We must think beyond that. And let's also begin to hold our leaders accountable, even as citizens. As for our professionals, we are the guardians of technical integrity and long-term value. I repeat, our professionals, we are the guardians of technical integrity and long-term value. To our professionals, of whom Engineer Kila is preeminent, though he comfortably straddles both the political and engineering worlds, engineers have a solemn responsibility. First, they must insist on technical excellence for every project, from conception to design to execution. Even after execution, insist on technical excellence. They must demand quality or nothing less. And for every project, let's have a clear post-commissioning maintenance framework. That's our challenge in the country. We build roads, we do power. Nobody talks about post-commissioning maintenance. Our politicians are interested in cutting tapes. That's what we love to do, photo ops. But as engineers, you have a responsibility to insist that beyond photo ops and cutting tapes, let's have a maintenance framework in place. That is a responsibility. When you talk about the power sectors, engineers must champion a comprehensive overhaul of our transmission infrastructure. We are beginning to address generation. We are addressing the downstream. But the transmission remains, I'm sure you know, I don't know of any country that have had the number of grid collapse we've had as a country between last year and this year. Engineers designed this system. Sometimes these things could have been 60 years ago, 50 years ago. And so we must stand at the forefront of a policy shift, translating ambition into viable, resilient systems. For our airports and seaports, Nigeria's engineers must insist on designs that meet global standards, accommodate future growth, and ensure environmental sustainability. It is time to depoliticize government procurement process. In the past number of years, every single thing is politicized. And for the National Assembly, where Engineer Kila was a member, and I was privileged to be a member, every year, as government send budget to us, we mutilate the budget proposal, ensuring that our constituencies will have at least a bite of the road project. Let's begin to focus on major regional corridors instead of what just serves my own purpose in the immediate term. Our citizens also have a vital role to play. We must demand better infrastructure through active civic engagement. We must use technology and social media to hold authorities accountable, shining light on both their achievements and their failures. And we must support policies that, while sometimes costly on the short term, yield long-term benefits for our nation, our economy, and future generations. And you won't just blame the political leaders alone. Sometimes when a leader wants to embark on a rail project, and this speaks to Engineer Poefa, the people will shout, "Oh, why are you doing rail from Lagos to Kano? That rail will cost several billions of dollars when it can fix all the roads in Lagos." But you know that rail remains the cheapest means and the most efficient means of moving goods and services within a country. No country can develop without fixing her rail system. Even as citizens, let's begin to think long term instead of being comfortable with short-term measures. In closing, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure is not a luxury. It is the foundation of a modern economy. It is the foundation of a glorious future for us as a country. Infrastructure is not just an expense. It is something that will drive growth, unlock our potential for investment. And it is different between a Nigeria that merely consumes imported goods and a Nigeria that produces, processes, exports competitively. And for trade to flourish, for the economy to diversify, for investment to flow in sustained manner, infrastructure must be treated as a national priority, not an afterthought.
Doctor.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us not just build for the next election, but for the next generation. Because infrastructure built today is the bedrock of growth.
Doctor, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You still have an opportunity
the
for
lifelong
panel discussion.
Advocacy. This is the last line. Let us not just build for the next election, but for the next generation. And this is the lifelong advocacy of Engineer Adekemi Kila. And it should be the lifelong advocacy of every engineer, every policymaker. Engineers don't just design bridges. They design the future of a country. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. You have another opportunity to come up for the panel discussion, so you can give us more.
Please, a round of applause for Dr. Dakuku Peterside. And then we apologize for restructuring your time from 45 to 15 minutes, even though it's almost close to 45 anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to this event, we have some very special persons here, especially from the honoree. All the members of St. Matthew's Anglican Church, Maitama, here present. Please wave your hands, you are welcome. The President and the Management Committee of Maize Trade Multipurpose Cooperative Federation Limited, led by the President, Mr. Ben Aduli. Please, you are welcome. The National Executive of FCT State Chairman and Women's Coordinators of the Police Community Relations Committee, led by Otumba Bolaji Adigun, and the Chairman of Zone 7, who is standing in for the National Chairman. Please, you are welcome. And also Senator Nwaka, here present. Please, distinguished Senator, you are very, very much welcome. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if we get infrastructure right, we won't have to chase growth. Growth will chase us. On this note, I'd like to invite the National Chairman of this great institution, Engineer Tokumbo Ajanaku, FNSE, to quickly, in few minutes, come and do something that he already started, and the President equally has given him an award. So if you need an award, presidential award, you have to respond to whatever he will be telling us now. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. I'm here to spend 30 seconds, and I've done 10. All I'm asking is, we're building the national headquarters of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. And I don't want anybody to leave this gathering today without becoming a part of the success story. We're asking everyone here, with the permission of the President and the Chairman of the occasion, I will be standing at the door with my offering basket. Maybe you don't know, I'm actually an usher in church. So that means that I'm very good at handling offering baskets. So starting with the President who gave me the directive, my ushering basket is available, and we would like everyone here to be a part of the success story. Thank you very much as you join us in this epoch-making project. There is a song that they like to say, Dawo Dawo, Dawo Sile Olong. In this case, in Yoruba, it is Dawo Dawo, Dawo Sile Civil Engineering. God bless you.
Please, a round of applause for him. So, in summary, he said, contribute money to the house of the Lord. Now, in this case, he has rephrased it. Contribute money to the house of nice civil engineers. Thank you. I think that is the prototype of the structure. Just, okay, in this case, please, look at that structure and choose your space. Pay for it before you go. I think I'm already seeing my office on the... I live first floor, second floor for people. Let me just go up. Give me the 15th floor. I'll stay there. Okay, penthouse. No, penthouse is for the national chairman, so that you'll be seeing all of us. So please choose your floor and pay for it before you go. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we quickly continue to our program of events, and this time we shall be taking our guest lecture. So may I invite our guest lecturer to please step forward. His citation is on page 20. I'll take it briefly, and then we'll have our guest lecture for 20 minutes. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the guest lecturer of this event to please step forward. Dr. Kayode Okpeifa, the Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation. Let's put our hands together for him.
True.
All right. The citation of the guest speaker, Dr. Isiaq Kayode Okpeifa, Managing Director, Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC. Dr. Kayode Okpeifa is a distinguished transport economics, seasoned public administrator and infrastructure reform strategist with decades of experience spanning academia, public service, and national transportation policy. He currently serves as the Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation following his appointment by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, in January 2025. Let's put our hands together for him. So on page 20, just read everything that is there. I quickly go to the concluding part. In January 2025, Dr. Okpeifa assumed office as the Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, where he is spearheading efforts to revitalize Nigeria's rail transport system through modernization, operational efficiency, infrastructure maintenance, and enhanced security. His leadership is widely regarded as reform-driven, collaborative, and result-oriented, with a strong emphasis on systems integration, stakeholder engagement, and public-private partnership. A respected voice in transportation and infrastructure development, Dr. Okpeifa brings a unique blend of academic rigor, policy insight, and practical experience to national discourse. His work continues to shape the future of sustainable mobility and integrated transport systems in Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for him. Dr. Okpeifa is married and blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest speaker for today, Dr. Kayode Okpeifa, Managing Director, Nigerian Railway Corporation. The lecture will be for 20 minutes. Thank you.
I want you all to read it before I start. This is what, no, not my belly. This is the greatest challenge, if there is any, that we are facing at the Nigerian. Our critical national assets is being stolen by the big elites, using the common people to remove the red tracks. I prepared a small paper for the purpose of this presentation. I'm not too sure it's available for the screen. However, taking from what Dr. Dakukus did, I might just follow his style. But let me first appreciate the presence of our distinguished senator and engineer, whose today's work program is fashioned after. Senator Engineer, is it Kila or Kila? Because it depends on which part of Nigeria. In Lagos, it is Kila. In Ekiti, it is Kila. From Igede? Okay, F1 line. We want to first appreciate you. I want to say that it's rare to see people like you in the Nigerian space, especially in politics. And that is why people like you don't last in politics. At the point you have to find a way out. The president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, both current and immediate past, and the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also recognize someone who worked and created a path for me at FCT, and that is Engineer Kashim. He was Director of Transportation. Shortly after, I resumed here as a Mandate Secretary for Transportation, and it is during their tenure that the Abuja Rail Mass Transit was put together and the proper way charted. And that was one of the few things I took out of FCT that really inspired me. And I told the immediate past president when she visited us that Nigerian engineers have proven that we can build real infrastructure. Just like engineer Kashim, Tony Agwaniru, Tony Agbakuba, Akinteye, Ibiyeye, those are structural engineers at the FCT then who supervise the construction of the Abuja Rail Transit. And even the consulting engineer company, I won't say who owns it, but the serving governor owns that company, also did a fantastic job, Transub Engineering. And there is no reason why you engineers, I'm not an engineer, I'm somebody like Engineer Dakuku. I studied toxicology before I veered into transportation. And to say that it is left for you to take over. The stage is for you. If you like, take it. If you like, but don't even like it, just take it. It is your stage. My father worked for many years as an electrical engineer. By today's balance, he wouldn't be an engineer, except you dash him a fellow of Korean or whatever it is. But he was trained by the military, and he established the biggest electrical engineering company until around 1990 when he left and retired. When he retired, Opefa Works Limited. They did most of the power projects in this country, including PTI Wari, Dodam Barracks, Tafa Balewa, Alausa Secretariat, many of the federal colleges, and many of the rural electrification in Nigeria projects. He didn't go to university, but he was a disciplined engineer, using Nigerian engineers to execute this project. When he doesn't bid, Nigerian government will call him to bid. When he bids, his bid will be the lowest. So they don't care anymore. He wins all projects, and then he gives it to people to go and do. That is the culture Nigerian. In fact, it was the only Nigerian company, Nigerian company on National Stadium project. He did the power engineering of National Stadium, Solere. So that tells the quality that you Nigerian engineers have built over time. I want to join other Nigerians to commend this effort. On today's topic, I want to say Engineer Dakuku has actually done. Do you have my slide? Do we have it? If you don't have it, I will manage. Do we have it? I just want yes or no. No. Okay. I want to assume no. So for today's topic, I have personally decided to go theoretical and close my thought as being practical. I will speak ex-tempo when it gets to the point at which I will give you my own thought. Infrastructure development as a bedrock for growth in trade, economy, and investment in Nigeria. Unfortunately for many of us, we still don't understand. I'm not talking of engineers, I'm talking of Nigerians. We don't understand what is meant by infrastructure, because we now add another definition of infrastructure. That is the stomach infra. It's because we don't understand it. That's how we can be so shallow to equate infrastructure to stomach infrastructure. I'm trying to make sure I speak to your mind. I try to look for how to describe it. And the easiest I could get for Nigerians, and it refers to the basic physical and organizational systems needed for economic and social activities. Now, the word physical could relate to us, but the word organizational was what Dr. Dakuku spoke to. It goes beyond the mortar, the bricks, and the rest. It is a complete system. And when you go further, it can be soft or hard infrastructure. So it depends on, if you are a computer scientist, you do network engineering, you are into telecommunications. You could have the tower, the everything, the fiber optics, but what drives it is the soft infrastructure. So these days, as we approach the next decade, the AI system, that is the soft infrastructure, will definitely take over many things to do. And already, structural engineer, you started seeing it. Your designs are no longer day and night. It's just a matter of, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, and say, send. And the thing gives you all the possible options. Then you start using your own ingenuity. So what I've done is to go back in history. Sometimes in 2009, during the Engbeti, when we were preparing for Engbeti conference in Lagos, Tokunbo, the chairman, will allude to this. By the way, let me just say how I met him. We met on an infrastructure project. He was secretary to Lagos Infrastructure Project, and I was special advisor transportation. So I had to represent transport ministry in that committee. And this man rose to become the man to talk to in Lagos State when it comes to PPP. Because it was that committee that handles all our PPP projects. Now, I went further to go back in history. I think it was 2009. We felt we need to transform Lagos. And we need to turn Lagos economy like 1,000-fold. And there was a brainstorming under Fashola. If Ashwaju government has done so much of consulting and they've done so much of planning, how do we actualize it? We came up with 4 areas to focus on: power, agriculture, transport, and housing. So we call it PAT. And then we also postulated that is all Nigeria needs to do in that interim time to move from developing to developed nation. And Dr. Dakuku mentioned it. If you cannot have a contribution of not less than 6% from the mobility sector in your GDP calculation, then you will remain underdeveloped. And that's why Nigeria is still underdeveloped. He went on to mention 3 things that you need to get to move. And one of them, he said mobility. Until Nigerian government, I'm saying it authoritatively, I postulated this in 2012 as a commissioner. I did my PhD thesis on this. We will not develop. As long as our mobility sector is left, you can do everything you want to do with power. We are wasting our energy. Do everything you want to do with power. We are wasting our energy if the mobility sector is not fixed. You know why? You will make the manufacturing products, you will generate everything, but you cannot move it. The logistics and supply chain area will be inadequate to manage the economy. Then you will go into deflation. We are not talking investment trade. So it is infrastructure such as mobility infrastructure that actually facilitates trade. All this issue about port, CDPC port, Nigeria has gone to UK to modernize Apapa port and Tinkan port, is all because we want to facilitate trade. And it is the cheapest area of infrastructure that you can put your energy and you get results instantly. But however, it is capital intensive. So I listed here the type. I put transport, I put energy, and I put digital and water sanitation. Common one based on the Sustainable Development Goals. Transportation or transport is no longer called transport. Under the Sustainable Development, we will call it mobility because we made it encompassing. Then I listed the infrastructure areas that is not known to many Nigerians. The public health sector is an infrastructure sector. Remove infrastructure from this public health sector, it collapses. What are the infrastructure? Such as the ambulances, the hospitals, the ambulances, the hospitals that you have in the public health are infrastructures. It's not just when you do like, you're trying to build a 10-story building, you're building road, you're building hospital. Electricity, you talk of fuel oil, you talk of coal, you talk of nuclear power, you talk of the grid, they are all infrastructure. I'm going to lower ones, and I go to education. People see education as a socio-economic sector, but seriously speaking, it is infrastructure building. The skills development, the technology acquisition, technology transfer, itself, the schools, the labs, the laboratory, they are all infrastructure. So without the infrastructure in the education sector, we will get nothing. When we come to food, agriculture is infrastructure driven. If the proper implement, the proper equipment, the proper technology is not put in place, we are joking. So we can go all and all, and at the same time we can get to security. Now they are discussing security, architecture, they are all talking about infrastructure. Now, the nexus between infrastructure, trade, and investment. Infrastructure, trade, and investment are deeply interconnected, forming a continuous cycle. You cannot say it is here or there. It is a continuous cycle that keeps moving. At each element, as each element supports each other, creating a self-sustaining system ultimately creates what we call the ultimate growth in the economy. Now, I now move to trade. Okay, I don't know, it's already showing. Okay, can we go to the next slide? I'm trying to move. I don't want to be. So I now put up trade investment as drivers of economic growth. It's like I've taken notes from Dr. Dakuku's paper. When you have trade, you have investment, and you add trade to investment, what do you have? You have high productivity, income growth, and economic growth. The more important thing is sustained growth depends on both working efficiency. So we can do whatever we want to do. We can build bridges, we can build ports, we can build rail system. If it is not efficient, we are joking. So for it to be efficient, we need the organizational systems. So I am going to focus on my area of competence, and that is rail. Dr. Dakuku has given me a good basis to move on by referring to mobility, rail, and the role it plays. Can we have the next slide, please? Rail is one of the most powerful yet underutilized instruments of development in any country. It operates quietly, often in the background, but its impact is far-reaching. Rail systems play a critical role by connecting production to the markets through the following. You can read all those down. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. When your rail system is efficient, your mobility system is efficient, when your logistics and supply chain management system is efficient, I can't imagine you want to build this building. And you are engineer Kashim & Co. Nigerian Limited. You've gotten the contract for 50 billion to start off. You have all the resources. How do you move them to site? It is through the roads. How? That is mobility. How do you import the facade and all those things you want to put into it? It is through the mobility infrastructure. As simple as it is, if you don't have the mobility infrastructure, many other infrastructure will also have problems. The same way as you don't have the port infrastructure, if you don't have the power infrastructure, all others will not work. I just put a picture of what our government has been able to put together for the Nigerian rail system. You know how our bus stops, our rail stops used to be. Now we are getting closer. What this kind of simple structure to a lot of people is a waste of money. Why this gigantic thing? It's just to make the infrastructure system work for us. Within that structure are many, many things that you may think are not as important. Can we go to the next slide, please? I want to see the graph. I want you to see the graph. I don't want to waste time. Next slide, please. Now, this is the current state of Nigeria's rail system. I'm using rail as an interface of infrastructure. Dr. Dakuku, you dragged me to the front. I won't drag you to the front. But I'll just speak to you wherever you are. All our rail system, we used to have two. Lagos, Kano, narrow gauge. Western corridor. We used to have Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, narrow gauge, Western corridor. Do you know these were built just before Nigeria came to be? And for 60 years, we kept using them. We did not add anything to them. And until eventually, former President Obasanjo government came, and they started the modernization program. That's why I acknowledge again Engineer Kashim. He was one of those who worked on this project there. As soon as they finished the modernization program, they also went to sleep. So for 60 years, from 1960 to 2002, Nigeria did nothing in the rail infrastructure business. But we had the best of rail system in Nigeria around that period. When people can move from Lagos to Kano, bring groundnut, bring coconut, bring kola nut on either side, and Nigeria economy surely depended on the rail system. Nigeria integration was built on the rail system. For 60 years, we used it. For another 60 years, we did nothing. So practically, for almost 120 years, we did nothing. All we did was enjoying what some people did in less than 10 years. Those two infrastructures were built in less than 10 years, not with petrol money, with proceeds from agriculture. Now, what did we do? From 2002, we planned, and we squandered all the resources. Then in 2015, Muhammadu Buhari administration came and started completing what we started. I was having conversation with him. When I joined in 2018, it was at 65%, and we have to commission the next year, and it was commissioned the next year. And Abuja Rail Mass Transit System, I will tell you today, is the first sub-national rail system in Nigeria. Not Lagos. It started the same time with Lagos, but was completed before Lagos. And that rail system worked until COVID-19 came in. It worked efficiently, and as of today, it is still working. And it is the only rail system they put on the internet in the world that doesn't charge money. And if you go to that rail system, it is of the best of international standard, and it is being used free of charge. What does that tell us? We must not be allowed to be deceived. The infrastructure is so expensive, and government cannot afford to provide it. That infrastructure was provided with a $500 million infrastructure from the China Exim Bank. At the end of the project, we still have some money left. That is how prudent the Nigerian engineers and the consulting engineer that work on that project were. So what you have on this map is not known to many people. It's not been released officially. We need presidential permit to release it, and it will be released in the next few months. But I can explain it to you. The gray area you see on the faint line were the two east and western corridor. While the new, anywhere you see green, the green that came from Lekki Deep Sea Port is going to Maiduguri, and from Maiduguri it will end up in Niger Republic. Now people ask, why Niger Republic? Why is it Maradi? I was one of those who asked the same question. As I went into literature to raise my voice against it, I found more information in literature why Nigeria needs it. That corridor, the Lakadi corridor, secures me and you food security for Nigeria, especially in cereal and livestock. And it was postulated long time ago by the African Union and OECD Development Commission that if that corridor is not developed, one day Africa will have problem with cereal and livestock. And the Ministry of Livestock Development is just waiting for us to complete that by 2027. That corridor will be ready by 2027. And people in Abuja will be able to move from Abuja to Kaduna, to Kano, to Dawara, to Jibia, to Funtua, and they will be able to cross over to Niger to do business. And when the Ibadan to Abuja is completed, people from Lagos, people from the seaport in Lagos will be able to move from Lagos, cut across into the landlocked West African country of Niger. Niger is currently the source, the major source of our livestock animal husbandry. And Nigeria cannot afford to lose that market. That is the importance of that corridor. Then you will see a small one at the bottom. We are now trying to link Lekki Deep Sea Port to the Lagos Ibadan, which eventually will get to Abuja, and make sure that you can take products from the Deep Sea Port and the Lagos Port and the Tinkan Port out of Lagos, out of the southwestern Nigeria. And there is also plan to take the train to Oyo and Ogbomoso on another angle. That is the further around the left side of the map. Then you will see another one, which they call the coastal. Coastal does not mean it passes through the coastal road. There is a coastal one that goes from the Lekki Deep Sea Port from Lagos and will take you to the southeast and the eastern part of Nigeria. And that plan, if you look it deep, Nigerian government has also planned to connect all the seaports, all the rail lines in Nigeria to the seaports. I put this here just to show our engineers. Now, how does this affect us? It might interest you that it is our engineers. It is our engineers. Apart from the contractor, it is our engineers that are delivering this project. And also to let you know that the Lagos Canal, Engineer Kashim asked me what about the Lagos Canal. The Lagos Canal has a lot of challenges from washouts because of years of bad or inadequate maintenance. Your own people, your own engineers, I don't want to mention companies, are currently rebuilding it. The people who rebuilt in 2010 is a Nigerian company, Costain. Today, they are your members. I know them to be members, and they are former engineers of the Nigerian Railway Corporation who are transported to become contracting engineers. They are building new system to protect. And when it is time to fix Mokwa, where we had a major flood, it is Nigerian engineers too that we are awarding all the contracts. They are the ones that will consider. And I can tell you, they are the best in this area. Because the best also has to do with the cost, and it has to do with the time of delivery. We get faster delivery from them than many foreign engineering companies. And also on that map, you will notice, thank you, sir, you will notice there is a plan to link Ajaokuta to Abuja. I'm aware very soon Ajaokuta will start working fully. There is a concession plan ongoing, and Ajaokuta will start operating fully. And the rail line from Ajaokuta will be linked to Abuja. If that is completed, that means people can move from port, that is Warri, straight to Abuja. And it is also on record, the AKK pipes for the gas pipelines were transported along that corridor. That's just to let you know we are not sleeping, and the Nigerian government is doing a lot to okay, sorry. I thought I'm the one controlling it. I'm not the one. That's well. Okay, I just put these. Don't mind. Don't worry about this one. It's just what I've just said. Next slide, please. That's a slide I just explained. Next slide. Now, just look at the stage. Look at the outcome. That's the importance here. Rail corridor opens, faster movement. Transport cost drops, increased rate. Market access improves. You have industrial growth. Productivity rises. Your GDP expansion. These are the connections that we have not been able to establish as engineers. We do all this infrastructure, we do all this work, we put all this into the system, but we need to start thinking like the economists. That is why they can't understand us. They can't understand you. When we go for budget, they don't understand. They say, how can we put 1 trillion in rail? They don't understand that for every dollar you put into a rail or into infrastructure, you get $2.5 return. We know where they will put money. Palliatives. So many other things. But not on, if every dollar you put on any infrastructure, you get a $2.5 reward. Immediately. It doesn't need to be completed. People are going to go to work. There's going to be so many things working around the value chain. The yah selling boli, the woman selling dodo. All of them are going to the construction site. They will start selling things. The artisans, the engineers, they will collect salary. They will pay taxes. These are what developing countries does to rejuvenate the economy. I lived in Chicago for some years, and during the 2008 meltdown, to regauge the economy, the Obama administration voted a lot of money. They call it infrastructure investment project. It was meant purposely to revive the economy. And they were removing roads that were good, repatching it. They were pulling down rail to construct new ones, just for the purpose of bringing the economy back. That is what some of the nexus between trade, investment, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. Next slide. All of us here are old enough to know the history of Nigerian Railway. I've also explained this. Now, there is nothing new to say, but I will use this opportunity to speak to some people in the media now, focusing on the Nigerian Railway Corporation to bring it down. They just want to unbundle, so sell the assets. Some of us will resign if the assets are to be disposed, because the moment you dispose the assets of the Nigerian Railway unjustly in the name of unbundling, we have asked them, give us 5 countries in the world that has run rail without full national government investment. They are still struggling to get us one. Britain, who tried to do it, is reversing. Italy is reversing. The national government needs to fund this infrastructure. If the national government does not fund it, the private sector will not show up, because there will be something suspicious. The return on investment is very low, but the contribution to investment and trade is unlimited. You can imagine people moving milk from Kano. We're already in discussion with them, to Lagos. Lagos is where they drink the milk. Kano people drink, yes, they want fresh water. They don't want refrigerated milk. They take fresh milk in the northwest. But they want to move it to Lagos, where the population is. They have to go by road. Dr. Dakuku says 7 days. Yes, 7 days, that is it. And they will use reefer trucks, refrigerated trucks. That's a lot of expense. We currently have, in the Nigerian rail system, refrigerated containers. We have wagons to move cattle. We have wagons to move vegetables, refrigerated. There is nothing you need more than a rail track to be working. Once the rail track works, all these are available. And it will move maximum 2 days, let's say 3 days, because it will stop at some points to discharge. And you can sleep. You know when the train will take off, you know when the train will end. No police harassment, no driver don't jump bill, no oga they don't catch me, no whatever. Your products will get. However, there are issues. Those issues are the soft infrastructure that we are yet to put, and one of them is funding. Our economic managers must understand infrastructure expenditure is different from any other form of expenditure. It is an expenditure that when you fail to do, you will regret instantly. It's not going to be in the future. Now, how many of us are bold to go on Abuja-Kaduna road? I thought it's supposed to be 2.5 hours. I understand sometimes it goes to 5 hours on that Abuja-Kaduna road. Construction is now being disturbed because people are using the road. Maintenance was not done at the right time. The right thing to be done when the construction was going on was not done because, of course, no drainage were provided because we shied away, not knowing that when the drainage is not there, the drainage infrastructure, water will damage the asphalt. Now we are going concrete. If we go concrete, we don't provide drainage, it will see damage. Tokunbo should be a witness. The Apapa Wharf Road sunk. It was sinking. The road sank because the drainage collapsed. Our drainage bed collapsed. Because the drainage collapsed, the road could not sustain it, and it damaged. When we were to reconstruct it, we discovered it was a heavy concrete road this size. But it still collapsed because the drainage was not there. So regardless of whatever is the infrastructure nature, we just have to put expense on. Now, I put this up for us to just see the number 4 point. Number 3 and number 4. The quantum of money coming into the economy. We say we are doing fine, our GDP is increasing, but in the last 4 quarters, I have monitored the growth factors. They are mostly on the infrastructure side. There are areas where Nigerian government has invested into the infrastructure. Next slide, please. I want to quickly go. Yeah, they also said we are doing more of passenger freight. We are optimizing what we have. Our rail system are fragmented. The longest standard gauge is 350 kilometers, Warri Itakwe. Who will transport his rail cargo on a track that is less than 500? So the best they are being put to now is passenger. Once the rail infrastructure goes beyond 500, they start moving freight. And that is why we need to bring the Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Nguru, Karo, Ramuda back. And we have challenged the economic managers. Give us what we need. In 6 months, we will take that Lagos, Kano, Nguru, Kano, Karo, Ramuda back. And the link between the north and the south will be reignited. People will be able to move products from the inland container port in Kano and Kaduna. People will be able to move cattle and everything. People will be able to move machineries from Lagos, from the port, down to the north seamlessly. And the pressure you have on Bida Road, Mokwa Road, Jeba Road, where drivers sleep on the road for days, will be over. We have challenged them. And I keep saying it, the people that will fix it are your members. They are your civil engineers, regardless of their status. Whether it's an artisan, those guys are superb. During the bombing in Kaduna, the track was reconstructed back to normal by Nigerian engineers of the Nigerian Railway Corporation. We had an accident recently, not caused by the engineers, not caused by the track. But when the accident happened, our engineers mobilized mechanical engineers this time around. The civil got there, found no civil issue. The mechanical and electrical got there, found a coupling issue. They decoupled, and in 30 minutes, the trains were back on track. And in less than 24 hours, they found a replacement locomotive to start moving people from Abuja. I rode on that train on the same day. The internet was agog. 100 people died, 500 people injured. Nigerian rail corridor is not safe. It is safe, but it can be safer if only the appropriate funding is provided for the infrastructural investment. Next slide, please, so I can round up. Next slide. Where do we go from here? Where we need to go from here, let me say I'm very proud to say, I work with so many engineers who have become powerful position holders and friends within the NSC and all the rest. I think the NSC needs to push more. You have pushed a lot, you have achieved a lot on issue of standards and engineering, but you need to push a little bit more to make sure that the economic managers put more funds on all infrastructure, not just roads. We are, Dr. Dakuku mentioned, our impression is that road is infrastructure, is the only infrastructure. No. Infrastructure goes beyond roads, and it is not stomach infrastructure. Stomach, there's nothing called stomach infrastructure. It is just trash. It's just a political statement. I think we should just face the fact. Now, where we need to go is to strengthen governance and execution discipline. Dr. Dakuku mentioned the same thing. And we also need to, as a country, we also need to find more engineers in politics. We need to get people who knows how to deliver the product to be where they are deciding it. It's unfortunate that some of the best people we ever had running the Ministry of Works are not engineers. Me, I will always tell you, I've not seen any minister as powerful as Alhaji Femi Okuno. He's a lawyer. During their time with General Yakubu Gowon, they built all those networks. All we are doing now is reconstructing them, rehabilitating them, except for Lagos-Calabar Express Road and the Badagry. In fact, they started the Badagry Highway to Sokoto. They designed Lagos-Calabar. Now we are just building Lagos-Calabar. So what I'm saying is this. We need, luckily today we have an engineer in position. That's the point I want to make. This is the best time for you as engineers. Take advantage of the current ministers. We need to engage him more. We need to engage him more so that any error of the past are corrected in the delivery of standard infrastructure. Distinguished ladies, next slide. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to pretend I'm speaking to people I know better than, because I know I'm speaking to engineers, and I'm not. I'm a bloody scientist. I'm not an engineer. But let me say this also, that the noise, the cries, the complaint about the amount of money we spend on infrastructure, I'm not disputing the fact that sometimes the costing may be wrong. But know that whenever the costing is done, it's done by an engineer or by engineers within the system. And, is it economic engineers, the cost engineers, and the rest? The point I want to make here is this. We have to also join in the defense and the cry and the demand that the right infrastructure is what we need. And I'm not being partial. We need you to join us in calling for the completion of all ongoing rail projects. All should be completed. Lagos to Abuja should be completed. Port Harcourt should be taken to Onne Port and taken straight back to Maiduguri. I went to Enugu and I went to our rail station and I saw around almost all the manufacturing companies in Nigeria were there. But you know what is going on now? They are desolate. That is job loss. That's economic loss. That is trade loss. That is investment loss. If you bring Aba to Enugu and we take Enugu to Maiduguri, all of them will come back. And guess what? Our tracks along the connecting Enugu to Kafansha, they are all gone. People have stolen them because the Enugu train is not running. The Enugu train is the one that feeds the north with products, not the Lagos train. It is the Enugu train, the Port Harcourt, Maiduguri train. So we need all these to get, if we get this done and train runs all over the country, there will be less security issue. We are focused on optimizing what we have. We will get the Lagos Kano back. We are focused on running what we have. all the existing passenger train will run optimally, and in the next 5 years, we are going electric. That's another infrastructure. We are taking Nigerian rail to electric rail. And in the next 10 years, we will double the number we have today, which is 5,000. We will have doubled it to no less than 10,000 kilometers of roadway. And the next 5 years, the greatest news to come is that we are almost ready for the super fast train from Lagos to Abuja. In the next few months, there will be public announcements on how far the transaction advisory had gone. It is a wholly private sector driven, and the funding structure is being worked on by the private sector. And who are those that will work there? The Nigerian engineers, mostly the civil engineers. So there is a job on the way. This is what we call the local content. It is 20%. And your organization, be it NSC, nice, Abby, nice. They're very nice people. Nice, structural engineers, all of you, you must partake in the discussion to make sure that Nigerian engineers once again prove to people in this country, prove to the economic managers that they are capable, they are ready, and they will deliver. And I want to commend you to use the Nigerian rail from Abuja to Kaduna, use it from Lagos to Ibadan. Port Harcourt will not that descent because of the crowd. Very soon, when we have some nice coaches, we will do that. And also to assure you, the loans are about to start coming. And many of those systems will get back to work. Thank you for inviting me. I want to commend the chairman, the current president, the past president, and all our colleagues who have made my own job personally at the Nigerian Railway, I mean the engineers, the civil engineers especially, headed by engineer Ayeni, the previous one, engineer Modu. All of them have been fantastic people. And I want to let you know, they are our major contractors. Once an engineer in the civil sector retires, we immediately make them technical advisor or consultant, or if they choose otherwise, to be private sector, they are the one who maintains our lives. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for him, a round of applause for him. That's a very wonderful presentation. And why am I thinking that many civil engineers here want to retire now? To become major contractors to NRC. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to do something very quickly. We have been sitting down for 2 hours, approximately 2 hours, 10 minutes. It would be nice if we just stand up, stretch our body. Some of you, you have seated there, you did not talk to anybody. It is time to stand up. Just leave your space. Go to 5 people and greet them. Welcome. Speak your language, you don't speak English. If you speak English, you are owing me 50,000 naira. 5 people. That will help you move around and move your hand. Stretch your body. After 2 minutes, we will come back, and then the Baggy cultural troupe, please, you can start getting ready. They will thrill us to entertainment, and then we will now go straight to the panel discussion for 30 minutes. 5 people. Shake your body. Turn around. Speak your dialect. Confuse the environment. No English language. Baggy cultural troupe, get ready. You're coming up next. While we are doing that, I'd like to recognize the Director, Standard Organization of Nigeria. We recognize the Director, Madam Bolaji Folusho from Standard Organization of Nigeria. Also the Vice President of NICE and the only Vice President ever produced by NICE, Engineer Ahmed Mustafa. We recognize also Engineer Albert O. Echibe, FNSC PMP from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, representing the MD. You are all welcome. We recognize Regent Mojishola Omishore and Prince Adeshure Omishore, here representing distinguished Senator Engineer Iola Omishore. All right, we can now have our seats. Let us now take our seats. Thank you. Let us take our seats. We shall have time for group photograph. The Gbagi Cultural Troupe, please, you can make your way to the stage. Thank you. Thank you, the Nigerian Police Band. Police is your friend. You can see they are making you dance and happy. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for the police band, please. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Gbagi Cultural Troupe. Gbagi Cultural Troupe, please make your way to the stage. Thank you. And you have 5 minutes. Cultural Troupe are ready. Thank you.
Soyayya kin ji
Yes. Ayer for you. Thank you. Please a round of applause for them. It's not easy. That is how they can farm yam very well. You see the position of the dance. So the hips will be, very nice, and you have good yams. Please a round of applause for the Baggy Cultural Troupe. All our civil engineering students from NICE, wherever you are, please stand up, make some noise, let's know that you are here. NICE students, civil engineering, make some noise. Ajabo children, they don't used to make noise. Are they here? But I can't hear your noise. Make noise from upstairs. Thank you for your nice noise. So they are our students and the future belongs to them. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have the stage ready and set for the panel discussion, which will start immediately and it will be for 30 minutes. The stage should be set for the panel discussion. Okay, just a minute, I'll join you. Police band, give us a background music. Thank you, the police band. Thank you very much. So very quickly, we shall take the panel discussion for 30 minutes. And first, I will invite the moderator for the session, and thereafter invite the other persons for the session. The moderator for this session is our very own past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSE, FA Eng, MNI. Please a round of applause for him. On this panel, okay, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. On this panel, we have our guest speaker, Dr. Kayode Opeifa. Okay, please, let's get the attention of the guest speaker and bring him up to the panel. We also have Professor Priska Ndu, who is on this panel. Professor Priska Ndu, please come up to the panel. Thank you. A round of applause for her. We also have on this panel His Royalty, Engineer Otis Oliver Tabugo Anyeji, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow of the Academy of Engineering, the OB2 Nnokija. Please a round of applause for him. The OB Onowu2 Nnokija. A round of applause for him. On this panel also, we have Engineer Abubakar Baba Bashir, representing the Director General of the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Agency. A round of applause for him. So please, our guest speaker will join. Thank you. Make way, can you please?
All right, let's get it going. I think we don't have so much time. Apart from the 20 minutes we have, so much has been spent for this activity so far. But the beautiful thing is that whatever time spent in honor of Senator Kila is what they want, because he has sacrificed so much for the society and for even the community. How many of you know how old this man is now? Because we are just going over it as if it's ordinary. 80 years is not something to joke with. And look at you looking like 60 years old. You know? Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay. So the theme is already well known: infrastructure development as the bedrock for growth in trade, economy, and investment. Truth is, the keynote speaker and the guest speaker have addressed these things very succinctly. So what we need to do now, going forward, is to try to break them down a bit. Not too many words, try to break them down. There's a point that Dr. Opeifa made. Sometimes, as technical people, when we're developing projects, we only think about the science of the project alone. So when you are making a presentation to people who are not engineers, you are saying, I want to do a road from here to Kaduna, I need 20 billion. They want to know what is the fallout. After we've invested 20 billion, what happens? How do benefits accrue to the nation and to the society? We always leave that out in our processing. So I want to start with that. And I'm going to put this on past President Otis Anyeji, because he has been involved in several economic projects. He had the benefit of being in Ajaokuta. He was in NIPP, and so many other ones. So in planning some of those projects, did you have this in mind? If you didn't have them in mind, what are the impacts, positive or negative, on the projects, especially at Jakarta? Why is it not completed? And NIPP also, the success story also is not excellent. So could this be responsible for why those projects are at the stages they are? We'll take it from there. Engineer Otis, please. Unfortunately, you have only 2 minutes.
Thank you, Galadima. That's the equivalent of ladening somebody with salt to carry to another village and then making rain to follow him. I hope the salt will be delivered. Anyway, thank you, Galadima, past President Ali, and thanks to our guest speaker and the keynote speaker for the excellent presentations. I think that the issue raised by past President Ali has to do or touch the heart of the problems developmental programs and projects have in Nigeria. He was talking about funding, about how we'll help to talk to economic planners to release enough money for the programs they have to do. If you take the rail projects, first of all, these projects got a push when President Buhari visited China and came back with some understanding around a $20 billion program for mostly rail and then some other transportation projects. The society at that time petitioned the government that rail, for example, 60% of the cost of rail project will be the rail itself. And you have a facility in Nigeria here, Ajokuta, the median section structural part, that you need to just extend by 2 bays. Instead of rolling the structural parts, it will roll rail. And so 60% of that 20 billion would have been done here. And we even volunteered at that time to say, let the Chinese come and make that investment here, but produce this rail here, not only for the 20 billion project, but for other projects that the rail corporation will have to do all around Nigeria. But the president directed 5 ministers to meet with the Nigerian Society of Engineers on that, if you remember. The Minister of Industries, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Works, and 2 other ministers. None of them agreed to meet with us. They kept giving us appointments to come to have a meeting. Eventually, the Minister of Industries met with us and asked for how Nigerians were going to participate in this. We went to Ajokuta and worked with the Ajokuta management to determine what investment was needed to get the medium section plant to begin to produce rail in Nigeria. That was submitted to government, and after going forward and backward, they came back to say that the government had taken a decision not to operate Ajokuta piecemeal, that they want to wait until everything is finished before running it. Meanwhile, more than 13 factories had been completed since the 1980s. They were just locked up. The only thing that has not been completed in Ajokuta are the blast furnace and the steel making plant. The blast furnace was not completed, not because they couldn't finish it, but there were sensitive instrumentation that you cannot go to install until you are ready to go on campaign. And campaign for a blast furnace is 10 years. You go on for 10 years before you put it off again. And the government, seeing that they are not up to it, that they won't muster the materials and all the things you need to run this plant for 10 years, the contractors couldn't go to install those things. That is the 2.5% that is not completed there. So the important thing we need to take away from this development of infrastructure is that the inputs you need for infrastructure have to, first of all, be manufactured. And you need in-country manufacturing for your infrastructural development to be sustainable, whether it is power or the transportation or water or anything. You need to make pumps here, you need to make compressors here, you need to make pipes here, you need to make turbines here. And these are some of the things that we try to do from the Nigerian Society of Engineers, but which the government has not bought. I'll tell you the basic principle of the industrial economy of some of these plants. The quantity of rail that you consume in a year for the kind of development projects you do, if it is 100,000 tons, the money you pay to import that will build a factory that will manufacture 100,000 tons, and it will do that for 30 years. And every year you are importing. Every year the amount you spend is enough to build a factory that will make that quantity. So these are the things that, Mr. President, I think, and the chairman of NICE, we need to take this really very seriously and push. I know that when you have good proposals, governments listen, but you have to keep persisting. And that's the only way that the country is going to get out of it, because infrastructure development should also come with industrialization.
Thank you very much.
The country has to industrialize to sustain the infrastructure development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll come to the only lady on this. The lady is highly diversified, is an entrepreneur, and I know she's listening carefully to the presentations of both Dr. Dakuku Peter Side and Dr. Kayode Okpeifa. There's this missing link in project conceptualization, development, and even maintenance and everything, to the point that we don't get the benefit of public support in investment in infrastructure, because even the public is not sure of what they will gain from such infrastructure, be it rail, road, or anything at all. Do you agree with that? Whether you agree or not, what is your reaction?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to first start by saying that even in marketing, there are two strategies to marketing. You have the push approach, and then you have the pull approach. The push approach is where you design a product and you just push it on the masses. The pull approach is where you engage them and you find out what they actually need, and then you give them what they need. And I am yet to see a society where you will give them what they need and they will not be happy with it. Where we keep pushing things on people, where we keep forcing things down people's throats, not determining what the society actually needs, but what we feel that we can sell to them because of either self-interest. You go to China today and then you see something that you think is interesting enough to come and sell to Nigerians. Nigeria has become the system of dumping ground for policies. And that's why we have so much policy mismatch across various sectors. There's no coordination. You see government agencies working as islands, as silos. We don't complement each other. So how can you work as a system and function effectively where you do not complement? Resources are scarce, so you must optimize them at every point in time. Where you are given certain resources to use for a project, and you don't optimize them, what you do is that you expend those resources and there will be nothing to show for it. And that is Nigeria's problem. You look at how much we have expended in the last 2 decades and you're asking yourself, our predecessors did not spend this much, and yet we can see the likes of the Third Mainland Bridge. We can see the likes of the National Stadium. We can see huge investments in infrastructure, and yet they did not spend this much. So where are we getting it wrong? Is it that these monies are ending up in people's pockets, or we are expending them on paper? So we need to build systems where we can self-correct. There must be structures in place to ensure that investments in infrastructures are maintained. It must be intentional. So it's not enough to sit down and, in forums like this, and we have the professionals here telling us these are the things that need to be in the building plan. From the building plan, the project for maintenance of that infrastructure must be signed off. In developed countries, you see that irrespective of what party you're coming from, investment in growth is never altered because it's a shared vision. There's a roadmap that everybody follows. So we can differ in ideas, we can differ in ideology, we can differ in, it doesn't matter whether it's a Republican government in America today, it doesn't matter if it's a Democratic government in America today. The chart for the growth plan continues and is consistent. So we must get to that stage in Nigeria where we don't just draw up plans because a certain person comes in. What happened to Vision 2020? What happened to SDG goals? What happened to all the plans, the many plans, your beautiful policies on paper? They look beautiful. But what is happening to them? Today, the crisis in the Middle East has provided an opportunity for Nigeria to grow our reserves. What are we going to do with those funds? Right. Do we have plans to actually account for how we apply those funds? And like the keynote speaker said, infrastructure is not a thought. It is the backbone of every growing economy. And if you treat it as an afterthought, I look at our budget every year and I wonder, I said, how do we expect to grow when 85% of our budget is focused on recurrent expenditure? How? It is not rocket science. If you do not invest in what will grow you as a nation, then it doesn't matter how much expenditure. We'll continue to live as a hand-to-mouth economy. But when we realize that as a business, you sow a seed to be able to yield fruit, then we'll expend our resources in key drivers of economy, in trade, in infrastructure. We'll take advantage of the benefits of technology today. We'll take advantage of the benefits of our large, youthful economy. Nigeria has the youngest growing population in the world. It is a resource. How do we use it? Create innovation hubs where these young people can be allowed to express themselves without restrictions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. In the presentation of the guest speaker, he announced that they have a roadmap for the development of railway system in Nigeria. And ultimately, they are looking at using electric train in a short while from now. The power sector is at the stage it is. It can hardly support local industries, let alone a secure system that should be almost perfect in operation. But we know that nuclear energy is one of the cheapest forms of energy. But people have made it look like it's a dangerous form of energy that should not be assessed. Engineer Abubakar Baba Bashir, as a nuclear energy practitioner, how do you think the roadmap of the Nigerian Railway Corporation can be sustained with power sourced from the nuclear energy sector of our economy?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Our Lady. Women are well represented here. I would like to congratulate distinguished Senator and Engineer Kila for this, for his achievement and for this program. You are an epitome of accomplishment. You've attained everything. So I congratulate you and your family. I also congratulate the chairman of the NSC and all the distinguished guests here. My name is Abubakar, like he said. I'm from the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and I convey compliments of our Director General, Dr. Idris, who is unavoidably absent. The issue of nuclear, everybody in the world now knows that the most contemporary issue in the world is nuclear energy. Why? It is because of the history of nuclear. If you can remember, in 1945, an atomic bomb was deployed in Japan, on Hiroshima, Nagasaki. And a lot of people died, you know, the destruction was unprecedented. So nuclear is a dual edge. It can be used peacefully, and it can also be used negatively. The peaceful applications cut across all sectors of our national economy. For example, in Nigeria, we use nuclear in oil and gas, from exploration, you know, transportation, refining, and whatever. We use it in construction. That is road construction, to determine the thickness of the roads. That is using the nuclear gauges. Sorry, the mic is not. Then we also use it in agriculture to improve yields, to prevent pests, and so on and so forth. We use it in transportation. We use it in if you go to the airport or hotels, before you enter, they scan you. All these are nuclear applications. At the airport, they also, or seaport, they use them for inspections, like all these custom inspection. In the past, they use physical means, but now they are using nuclear technique to scan containers. They also use it for research and development. In Zaria, we have a nuclear research reactor that is used for research. For example, you can use it to bring agricultural revolution by determining this quality of soil, which minerals, elements are in our soil, so that you will know which type of, for example, fertilizer you use during farming. You use it in health for therapeutic and diagnostic. You diagnose, for example, diseases like cancer, and you also use nuclear energy to treat. You also use it for many applications, water resources. For example, in this lower Usoma dam, you know, you have to check the reservoir using nuclear technique to check the quantity and quality of the reservoir. If there is water, is it enough? Is it worth it to invest such amount of money to bring that out? So the applications are many. They are many. But because of the history, people are too scared. So the highest benefit of nuclear energy is power. All the developed countries in the world are using nuclear energy. France is using like 80% of its energy from nuclear. And they are selling to Belarus, to Italy, and different countries. In America, about 20% or so. China is building, India, everybody is building nuclear power plants. Egypt is building. Dubai has built. South Africa has nuclear power plants. So there are two countries today in the world. Those that want development, go to nuclear. Those that don't want development, don't go to nuclear. However, because of the security dimension, since you can use it for weaponization, the international community has been so worried after what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So countries, the nuclear power countries, the ones that have nuclear weapons, countries like France, UK, China, India, Pakistan, all of them, they don't want anybody to acquire it. Because they fear that if we will allow all countries to have, there will be Armageddon. There will be nuclear Armageddon, because not all countries are responsible. So that is why a lot of a lot of political problems all over the world about nuclear. For you to develop nuclear energy, there are 19 infrastructure elements that you need to satisfy. You have to develop capacity for nuclear safety. You have to develop funding mechanism. Is it going to be private or public? You need stakeholders involvement. You have to engage all stakeholders. You need nuclear security to ensure that it will not be diverted for weaponization. You also need a grid. How can you connect the energy after generating it with your own grid system? You also need environmental protection framework. There are many.
Thank you.
So that is why nuclear is very, very critical to solving our nuclear energy, to solving our electricity problems. It is an option to increase our energy mix. So I think it's an option that the government should look at. Already the government is interested, but there is need for more political will, because the benefits of nuclear energy outweigh the challenges. So it can be used to power the railway system. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Kweva, in the course of implementing your roadmap, there's a willing participant in the Nuclear Energy Regulatory Authority as a source of power. And I think there will be need for them to do more work to make the document on this available to you, so that when you are defending your position, you can also offer it as a source, because the challenge you get first is that how can you do electric train in Nigeria when we don't even have electricity in our homes? So that could be a source. Now, luckily, you are in your presentation, you succinctly explain the significance of mobility system in our life, in the development of the economy and everything. In fact, the Chinese often say that if you build road, you become rich. But when you build railway system, you become wealthy. So that is how important railway system is. Because, and you say something significantly also in your presentation, there's no way that railway system is public sector driven. The most successful, at a point, some years back, the most successful railway system in the world was in Hong Kong. And do you know why it was successful? All the corridors, all the land within the corridor was yielded to the railway authority. All the malls, most of the malls you have in Hong Kong belong to the railway authority. So they get the money from the malls, and they also have estates to create ridership. Use that to fund the operation, and they were able to break even. So we wanted to do something like that in Abuja, that they should allocate all the plots along, about 100 meters up from the railway line to the railway authority, so that they can do partnership with people to build estates, one, to create people who ride the train, and also to get money so that they can subsidize the cost of transport. Because public railway system everywhere in the world is heavily subsidized. And that is why everybody can go on the train, both the big and the small. Now, with the work you have done so far, what do you think in reality is possible? You know, there's no, you have been in transportation. Dr. Beha was a commissioner for transportation in Lagos State many years back. He had been in that sector, and he was doing well, because I knew him before I met him. I always read about him in the media, especially those days that he used to have this Lagos Ports, Apapa area, heavily. You will see him on the television, almost becoming a traffic controller in those days. So now you have this vision, excellent vision. How do you see, from what you know of the political system in Nigeria, do you see the possibility of this thing coming to fruition? And in doing this, what exact role do you think the Nigerian Society of Engineers, especially NICE, can play to make this a success?
Thank you very much. That's a very tough one. I think you have just asked me a jam question. Fortunately, I passed JAM at first attempt. It's a complex issue. It's a mix of, it's a cocktail. Rail can be social infrastructure, it can be economic infrastructure. Even Saudi Arabia, for now, is purely social. They want to go economic. Social in the sense that you don't look at the cost, you look at the outcome. Economic is you look at both cost and outcome, and in which case you won't do anything except for speed rail and possible freight. For Nigeria, I am proposing that a meeting be held with the stakeholders and later to address the governors forum on what do we really want. But if I'm to advise, I will advise them to follow the American model. You can't follow the China model because it's a communist country. So there's no model. The model is government. Follow the American model. That is the extreme capitalist, which we are. So that we don't start comparing apple with oranges. The British model is welfarist system. But be that as it may, if you look at the welfarist system, the capitalist system, and then we go to the communist system, we look more like the British. But let's go the extreme, the American system. The government heavily funds the rail system to facilitate development. So Nigerian government should be ready. We should stop listening to those economists, mindset people say, PPP. That's where it started in Lagos State. They will not come until they see a sign that you want to do something serious. But once you start, they will come in. And that's the American model. All public transport systems in America is by the subnational. The local governments run trains in America. They run the buses, not the state. The state only runs between cities in the state. So that's what I will. That is a combination of one, every federal funding. Two, every subnational funding with federal support. Three, the developmental funding. Developmental funding meaning Exim Bank, Afrexim Bank, China Exim Bank, those people that give you loan around 4-5%. Because it has to be a long-term loan. Then we can now have the PPP. The PPP is those who are able to raise funds from developmental funding to execute rate projects and will not put pressure on the society in order to make a payback. However, the dilemma we are facing now, the people managing our economy, they are fixated on this mentality that rail can fund itself. No, it cannot. What you said is what they have used in Europe, America, and the rest. They seed the corridor aborting the rail lines to the rail authorities for them to use in raising funds. Same happened in Nigeria. Unfortunately, we didn't manage the asset very well. A lot of assets are gone. People lease it for 99 years, they pay premium, that's the end. So we also need to look inwards, re-securitize our assets. Those that we can take back, those we cannot take back, find a way to manage. Those that has not been taken away, securitize it, take it to the, what do you call that, Nigerian market? Stock exchange market, capital market. I want to use Nigerian name. I'm used to the American US stock market. Go take them to the capital market, trade them, take developmental loan against them, and do what you want to do and look ahead to the future. I believe that needs to be properly discussed. Every time you talk to the people in finance, Ray, are you not making revenue? You should feel the revenue is not enough to buy diesel. I've been holding meeting for the last 3-4 days with my staff. Are we going to survive this? Are we not going to go bankrupt? The diesel thing just keep flying. Now, the revenue we make in a month is not enough to sustain diesel, loop, let me say energy. And that's why the issue of greed, all those things. We constructed a 33 kVA something so that we can be on regular energy in preparation for this. And the first bill I got on node was 300 million naira for Lagos. 300 million. I said, we didn't use that light. We called the people, they came. While they were investigating, they told us that the next month is going to be 230 something. I said, cut it off. We disconnected immediately. We built it. We connected to the source. We can't. I don't know if nuclear will be cheaper. So it's a challenge. However, it's an issue we have to face. So me, I would recommend what I said. Look at the American model, look at the British European model, look at the communist model, come to African model. African model, we are welfareists, and we should take rail more as a social infrastructure, because if not for rail, I'm telling you, there will be no Nigeria today. It was that rail that made us what we are.
Thank you very much. I have a suggestion for you. You see, the president of Nigeria said something that he reads all papers in the morning before he goes out. And the NSC in recent time has been heightening its advocacy. There is hardly any day that the NSC is not in one paper or the other. And always bringing up opinion. If you look at this direct transmission of votes, it was NSC that started the advocacy. It was after NSC that NBA came, and NBA actually came to NSC to request to have a joint meeting with them and other civil society to discuss it, to see the doability of it. So it means NSC's voice is strong at this point. My suggestion to you is that, one, tell all your engineers, wherever they are, that it is mandatory that they must associate the NSC branches in their areas. And when they come to such meetings, let them explain the challenges of NRC so that such challenges can be compiled, and the president can, from time to time, issue statements and to talk to both the economic planners and even the president of Nigeria on this, so that people have their minds prepared. That is not like that you don't have enough revenue, it's not because you are not working hard. But that is the model. A railway system is an equalizer. Because it's in a railway system that a prime minister of Britain will enter the train and nobody will get up for him. He will stand up like the poorest person on the train. So that is how it was designed to be. So it's therefore something that the public must fund. Because the only person that creates an equalizer is the public sector that can create equalizer. Public sector does not create equalizer because they are looking for money. If you give the private sector to run, they will create, in fact, the structure is such that the poor man will not get on board. So it's never. So that is the model. That's how it is. But they don't know, because most of them are coming from villages. They don't even know how this is run. They see it as luxury. They don't know how systems run. So NSC, I'm sure the president will be willing to do that. But first thing is, your own people, you must make it mandatory for all the engineers must participate in the NSC activity within the areas they live, so that they can air the opinion of the NRC effectively. That is what. Now, I've told I have overshot my time. I wanted to have a second round.
Second round food.
But you see, what I will do, I will just ask. I'll ask the only lady here if she has something she wants to say in 1 minute. If she doesn't have, then we'll close this session. Okay. All right. Say something. Only you.
Okay. It's just a closing remark to again honor to appreciate the honoree, Senator Kila, for the exemplary leadership that you have shown over the decades. When we have leaders like you, we won't be facing the challenge we're facing today. Because the greatest problem in Nigeria today is a dearth of, not just leadership, it's a dearth of, I'm looking for the right word, leadership with integrity. Exemplary, selfless leadership, ethical leadership. Yes. And that is what I want to encourage our young ones to emulate. If there's anything you take away from here today, look at the example he has set and strive to leave that kind of legacy behind. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on the final note, we'd like to congratulate you, Engineer Femi Kila. You have been an example. You are an NSC man through and through. I was sharing with Valerie, my DP, that when he was in the Senate, I was still a director in the public service. So anytime we come to their committee, a committee on FCT, and he wants to talk, he will say, my president, you will recognize me fair before the minister. So the minister have to accept that, I had an edge over him. So that is the kind of person he is, and he is a mentor to so many people. Sir, I want to just turn around and see. Of the people that are here, some came from Lagos. It's not all of them that are from Abuja. Many came from Lagos. And these people came. Yes. It's not because they have so much money to buy tickets, but they save to buy ticket and attend this function. It shows the kind of person he is. And we pray that God Almighty will continue to bless you and give you longer years so that we can also benefit. Thank you very much. My panelists, you have done very well. I'd like to thank you very much. I think we can have a picture with you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much as we have our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly let me take you through what will be happening before we close this event. We shall now take goodwill messages very quickly in 1 minute each. 1 minute, please. If you come here for goodwill message, just use 1 minute and deliver your goodwill message. And thereafter, we shall listen to the response from the honoree, and then we'll move to the other part of the event, fellowship conferment, very quickly, vote of thanks, and then we will call it a day. So ladies and gentlemen, goodwill messages now. First, we shall be inviting the representative of all the Lagos people. Anwara, please put your hands together for yourselves. Yes, yes, this is Lagos. And to give us her goodwill message is the immediate past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a woman of substantial substance. Let me go and do my work.
The chairman of the occasion, the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, FNSC, FAEng, MFR, my very distinguished predecessors who are here, past presidents of the NSC, the president of Koren, the honoree and Yaoge of Efualayi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have just 1 minute, so you will pardon me if I do not recognize you. But I'd like to just congratulate the honoree of today. Femi Kila, as is popularly known, is an enigma. It's not just an astute engineer. He is someone who is humane. He has brought up, he has developed, he has mentored many engineers, and I'm one of them. I wasn't going to come for this event. I'm supposed to be in Uyo. And then he called me and he said, unless one of your biological children is getting married on 28th, you must be in Abuja. And I said, yes, sir. I couldn't have said anything more because he is my mentor. He's my father. When I was president, I used to address him as Baba Oba, the father of the king. And I'm very proud of the person that I am today because he is the one who has played a very vital role in what I have become today. And so I congratulate him and I wish him many, many more years, many more celebrations in good health and sound mind. We shall all be here to celebrate his 80th, 100 and more. And then I congratulate NICE, because it takes a good leader to identify one for instituting this colloquium in honor of Femi Kila. Thank you very much. You have indeed done a lot of us proud. And those of us from Lagos, Eko for sure. Yes, many of us have come from Lagos because of Femi Kila. Thank you very much, NICE, for this very wonderful event. God bless you all.
Eko for sure. Eko ni baje o. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to address us once again is a past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. I'm very sure he will just come and say thank you and go back. Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSC, FA Inch, MNI. Please a round of applause for him as he comes forward.
The protocol has been established already, so I adopt that one. I can't stop talking about Femi Kila because he's oh, I should wait more. Okay, I wait. Let me go. The president said I have to wait until you come back. So Engineer Dr. Femi Kila is such a great man. You know, I knew him, he was already old, in quote, because these beers have always been there. I knew him with the beers. And I used to go to his, even way back when I was chairman of the NSC Abuja branch, I used to go to his office in Julius Berger. And you see, he opens the door for you and is willing to even give more than you have asked for. Like, for instance, sometimes we want support, and he's ready to give you both the support and give you money. That's the kind of generous human being he is. And one good quality he has also, he has the capacity to accept no from anybody. He wants to do something. If he are not convinced you to do that thing, You know, other people will pressure you or bear grudges against you for not doing. He will not do that. Instead, he will even sometimes tell them, oh, you take a right decision. Because later on, I checked again and found that even what I said was not exactly what I would have done if I was in that same situation. It takes a lot of courage and a person with good character to do that. That's why you see him. I don't know of Kila having anybody who is opposed to him or who is not on talking terms or anything with him. Whether you are a leader or you are just a plebeian, it treats everybody humanely. He can't be walking, you greet him, and he keeps walking and just brush you aside. No way. He will stop and greet both the old and the young. So the lesson to learn from here is this is somebody who is highly successful as an individual. He does not need NSC to grow anywhere. But he offered himself to serve NSC. He has never aspired to say, I want to be president of NSC. But he is ready to give you the quality advice if you are in that office. There is no president who has been in office who will say that he has not received valuable pieces of advice from Engineer Femi Kila. And that's why he has been celebrated. And that's why he will not grow. He will not go. He will do 90. The prayer of Margaret is that you will do 90, you will do 100, you will do 120. In fact, it's when we are tired. Then when I say, okay, if you want to go, you can now go. But you will not go because you are such a source of joy to everybody. It's such joy to people, and that is the beauty of it. The lesson here is that for those who are younger than me, there's a lesson to learn. You don't lose anything by being good. You don't lose anything by being humble. You don't lose anything by losing some debates. You must lose some argument. Don't always insist on winning the argument. That is not how life was. God created this world to be. Even the prophets of God had moments when their followers gave them advice and they took the advice. So who are you that you cannot take advice of a fellow human being? That is the lesson we have learned from here. Of all these things, and I'd like to congratulate Tokumbo Ajenaku, because this is there are lectures and there are lectures. If we upgrade the quality of our lecture, if you recognize the right people, you will see the quality of lectures will be high and attendance will also be good. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on Kila today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I now invite for his goodwill message, representing all the past national chairmen, Engineer Robbie James O'Weavery, FNSC. Please a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. With your kind permission, I would like to stop on all the well-established protocols in this place today. When you talk of our father, the celebrant, the honoree today, virtually everything that has to be said have been put forward by all the distinguished personalities that have mounted this rostrum today to say about him. So the question is, what more can one say? He's a mentor to all of us. He's a jolly good fellow. And without any iota of doubt, he's the person that we are all looking up to. He has established a very strong foothold in this institution, and we are only trying to follow his footsteps. So there's really nothing much to be said. But if you will permit me, I'll just do a common song that every one of us know,
just to round it up, on behalf of the past national chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, and it goes like this. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. And so says all of us, hooray! And so say all of us, hooray! And so say all of us, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. And so says all of us. Thank you very much. Daddy, congratulations to you.
Thank you, thank you. I didn't know that the national chairman, they have a choir. And that's the choir master. Welcome, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, to address us for another 1 minute, and then this is the second to the last, then we'll finish. Engineer Abiodun Ebenezer Olushola, representing the Director General, Nigerian Immigration Services, Mrs. K. Nana N. Please a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. 1 minute.
Thank you. The President, Nigerian Society of Engineers, please let me stand on existing protocol. On behalf of our Controller General of Nigerian Immigration Service, CGIS, Kemi Nana Dap, she wished to be here today, but because of the national interest, she was absent. We are very sorry for that. Our daddy, our honorary today, Engineer Senator Kila, represent excellent. Engineer Kila represent competent and is an achiever. On behalf of our CGIS, we say congratulations, sir.
Now, you will clap for the Nigerian Immigration Service again, and I'll tell you why. Especially, they did not even do up to 1 minute. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take the last goodwill message, and that will be from the, We'll take the goodwill message from the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Professor Sadiq Zubair Abubakar, FNSC FA Eng, ably represented here by the Vice President of Koren, Engineer Olaolu Ogunduile, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Please let's put our hands together for him as he comes up.
We have spent so much time, and I want to keep to the time being stated by the moderator. The President of Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali Alumasia Rabiu, Double P, as I usually call him, the Deputy President of Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Verari Agberagba, FNSC, our past president present here, and the immediate past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. We came all the way from Lagos to actually be part of this event. I salute you, ma, a woman of substantial substance. And our own royal father, I recognize you, sir. I have to say this, that Engineer Femi Kila is a father, a mentor, a leader that want to bring up the younger ones. I have to say this, that it is something very important that when you are still alive, you are being honored. It's a great thing. A round of applause for NICE. You know, majority of the people we do posthumous. When people have died, you are celebrating them. But they is sitting here, listening for the encomium of what people say and what they know of him. So I want to say, sir, as the IPP said, you will live 90, you live up to 120, 150, and us that we are praying will also be around to celebrate you. I congratulate you, man. Sir, it is my honor on behalf of my president, the president of the Council of Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Professor Abubakar, who is actually unavoidably absent here because of pressing issue in Kano. I have to say this so that you know that you are very important to him. It is my honor to convey the goodwill message at this engineer, Senator Adekemi Kila annual colloquium. I commend the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers for sustaining this valuable platform and for preserving the inspiring legacy of engineer Senator Adekemi Kila. The theme of this year's colloquium is both timely and strategic. Infrastructure remains the backbone of economic growth, trade, and investment. It drives productivity, connects markets, reduces the cost of doing business, and improves the quality of life of our people. I really congratulate NICE on this occasion for bringing out things. This particular topic is a germane theme. That if all of us here, as we are seated here, can do something. Look, we need to do collaboration to do this. We need to work together. Government cannot do this work alone. And I can tell you, sincerely speaking, that the sky is our limit in this nation if we all sit down, not to only enjoy the lecture, ponder over the lecture, and see how you can actually bring the younger peoples on board so that there will be sustainability in this country. So to tap on what Madam Professor Undu said, we need to pull.
President Koren, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I might want to say something on NICE that I don't know what they are building. I've not seen the size of the building. We want to support them.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You have another 2 minutes.
I want to support them. And I'm doing this not as Koren, but as the president and CEO of Kano FZD, that will give you power supply, so that you can also support us in infrastructure development. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, President of Kenol. And I am a board member of Kenol. I'm a director. So thank you very much. The honoree has a lot of guests here. Some of them his colleagues at the Senate and from the church and so on. We have some senators here, but we are going to appoint just one of the senators to speak on behalf of the other senators. We are sorry that Senator Abiodun Olujimi was not initially recognized, but I, as the chairman of the occasion, is recognizing the very distinguished senator to come up stage and make her goodwill message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's a great honor. All I want to say is to thank everyone that has come today to honor this pride of Ekiti land, to honor our father, our brother, to honor him and make him know that even while alive, he is celebrated. He has been such a mentor to so many of us. And you will not imagine what he shows in all of us. He is a man that has a very large heart and is willing, like someone said, to take a no when it is there. I will like to tell you a small tale. It happened only a weekend ago. We were at a party. And there is, these young people now, the Gen Zs, they have this way of saying, we want to act out a play or something during receptions. A lady was asked to go and get the cap of a man's cap. And he just ran, picked up the cap on Senator Kila's head, and ran away. I was so shocked. I thought I wanted to go after the lady, but I saw that he sat down and he just held his head and was laughing. That's the sort of man we have come to honor. He is a great man. A man that is full of intelligence, but does not use it against anyone. He makes sure everybody feels wanted, everybody feels included. We will always honor you, sir. And thank you for this beautiful program. Thank you for bringing worthy people to talk to us about infrastructure. I believe going forward, there is a need to compile whatever we have said here today. Let it go to the Committee on Works and Infrastructure Development of the National Assembly. Send it to the ministries. Let them know that there is a system whereby they can get good quality advice from good engineers. Well done, sir. Congratulations once again. We'll be here next year to honor you again. God bless you.
Thank you very much, distinguished senator. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite for his goodwill message in 1 minute, His Royalty Engineer Otis Oliver Tabugo Anyaiji, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow Academy of Engineering, Knight of St. Gregory the Great, the Obi Onowutu Nokija.
His royalty doesn't talk for 1 minute. I had another 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The President, Nigerian Society of Engineers, and our laureate for the day, distinguished Senator, Engineer Femi Kila, and spouse. All other protocols duly observed. I have great pleasure really standing here to talk about my feelings for Engineer Senator Femi Kila on this occasion of the second annual colloquium of the title Infrastructure Development as Bedrock for Growth in Trade, Economy and Investment. Our journey together in NSC began in 1986 when we both contested our very first national election in NSC. He for Assistant Publicity Secretary and I for Secretary General. From that moment, we forged a bond of comradeship that has endured for 4 decades. In service to our profession. I recall vividly the year 2004. During his tenure as president of NICE, when he stood firmly by me at the NSC AGM in Warri. I think at that time, Galadima was campaigning for vice president. So at a critical moment during the AGM, when the motions I filed were being stonewalled, Engineer Senator Kila insisted that nothing else would proceed until those motions were heard. In fact, he came onto the floor and insisted that nothing else was going to happen in that AGM. So his courage and resolve ensured that the autonomy of our professional engineering institutions was defended, with NICE remaining the avant-garde. That act of solidarity remains a shining example of his commitment to justice and professional integrity. Today, as we reflect on infrastructure as the bedrock of national growth, I celebrate Engineer Femi Kila, not only for his distinguished contributions to civil engineering, but also for his steadfast service to the engineering profession and to Nigeria in politics. On this special occasion, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to him and family, and I wish him many more years. We have already established, I think Mr. President has hit the gavel, 150, I think. The last. So congratulations, my comrade in arms. May your legacy continue to inspire generations of engineers. God bless you and family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Let us give His Royalty another round of applause. Thank you, thank you. So we take the last goodwill message now from Engineer Honorable Ganiyu Abiodun Johnson. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to apologize for coming late, and this is not in my character. Our party, All Progressive Congress, we had our national convention yesterday till this morning. And secondly, those of us from Lagos, we are supposed to meet His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State. In fact, they are having a meeting. I just excused myself because of my relationship, let me say, my relationship with the Senator Femi Kila, because we've known each other for a long time. We were together in Okota. He has a street there. I also live in Okota, you know. So we've romanced each other for long. I just want to congratulate you, congratulate your spouse for today. You just keep the candle burning. So I wish you all the best. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Moderator, hold on. Come to your seat, sir. You know, we have a new rule in the Nigerian Society of Engineers that where the president is in the program and is already seated, the program has commenced, and you come late 30 minutes after the commencement of the program, you are not going to be recognized, particularly if you are an engineer. But like the guests, distinguished senators and other external guests who have come, we can do the recognition. But for every rule, there is usually an exception. To this rule, past presidents are exempted. So I'd like to myself welcome the past president, Baba Gana Mohammed, who came about 2 hours late.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So we welcome to this event Engineer Baba Gana Mohammed, FNSE, past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. You're welcome, sir. And also Commissioner Culture and Tourism came from Enugu State to celebrate the honoree, Barrister Ugochi Madueke. A round of applause for her. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you open your brochure to page 23, you would see the essence of this lecture. That is the essence of Engineer Senator Adekemi Kila's annual colloquium, a reflective public lecture. I would like every one of us to read it when we get home. May I now invite our honoree to come and respond and tell us whether he's happy, he's already smiling. Let him give us his response. Ladies and gentlemen, our honoree, Engineer, Distinguished Senator Adekemi Kila, FNSC. A round of applause for him as he comes up.
What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. All I have to say is thank you, Lord. I thank you very much for joining me in that praise worship. My president, sir, President of NSC, I thank you very, very much. I don't know how to thank you enough for one major reason. Engineer Ajanaku started this colloquium last year. You were deputy president. Our president, unfortunately, was not available, even though she made all efforts. She was not in the country. You stood in for her very well, effectively, and was very, very successful. The way and manner you managed our invited guests, especially Baba Gowon, Professor Ghana, and a few others, showed good leadership, which you exhibited. It only shows one thing: who you are, who you have been, our relationship together. And today, you promised me you will be here, and you are here live and correct. I thank you very much. I say I'm very, very grateful. I want to thank all the past presidents. I don't want to keep mentioning your names one after the other. But if I do, I don't know if there is enough time. But let me, if you so approve, let me say, to all past presidents of NSC, I thank you very much for coming. I want to thank my national chairman, who under normal conditions, I never expected this. I'm just who I am, doing what I need to do to humanity, full stop. But after he won his election as chairman of NICE, I was already preparing for him, for his inauguration. And I said in December, January was coming, my NC, it's your turn now. You will look. Let me start to gear up. How do you want it to be celebrated? He said, Daddy, it is you I want to celebrate. I started to clear my eyes and my ears. Am I hearing what he said, or am I seeing him? And he said, it's going to be next month, in February. You know, I'm a trade unionist to the core. And we used to say one language in the trade union movement. When you want to do the unusual, we say you are a witch. I will never forget it. It's a palace we used to play and trade words with ourselves. I said, this our new chairman is a witch. I even repeated it just yesterday at the site. Engineer Janako, you are a witch. Because you have done the unbelievable, I want to thank you most sincerely. May your shadow never grow less. You will old as I am. And you will pass me. 80 will be your beginning. God will bless you. I want to seize this opportunity to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, in my early days in politics, I used to go along with late Engr Abiola. And Abiola used to say, the bird cannot fly with just one hand. It's a pity my executives that we started this thing together, most of them are not here. Only one is here, Ahmed Mustafa. Will you stand for recognition? And he used to be very proud of it till tomorrow, and he used to say, I'm vice president for life. Because Engineer Kila is president for life. After me, we used to have chairman. That was the origin of the change from civil to nice. I want to thank my colleagues in the ESCO of NSC, the vice presidents. I thank you most sincerely. And for you, my past chairman of NICE, we used to say something. Engineer, Deputy President, the President in waiting. I want to congratulate you especially being a woman. Thank you very much. Engineer Senator Lujimi, I thank you most sincerely. You know, in the Senate, when we appreciate somebody, we do something, which I want to do to my past national chairman. I drop my hat. May God bless you all. Time is of the essence. You know, we politicians, we can talk small. And we are blessed. We are given the ability to talk to people because we want to convince them to vote for us. And we used to tell them what they want to hear. My president, sir, my national chairman, I know we have another agenda right now. It is on that note I want to say to you students, may God continue to bless you. I'm happy you are here. It shall be well with you. You will be successful engineers, greater than we, the old ones. And you will fly NSC, nice flag higher and higher by the grace of God. It is on that note, on behalf of my family, especially my beautiful wife, to say thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, may I now invite the National Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Engineer Tokunbo Ajanaku, FNSE, to quickly take us through one very brief session.
Thank you very much, distinguished engineers, ladies and gentlemen. With the kind permission of the President in Council of the NSE and Chairman of this occasion, I'd like you to please just look in this direction very quickly. You know, earlier on I came on to act as a very good usher. And my Egbon, you know, he tried to circumvent me, knowing that I was going to ask him for a lot of money. So he offered to power the building. Can you please give Egbon a wonderful round of applause? Egbon, God bless you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. The company, Kenol, will power the building. Thank you so very much. One more time, can we just appreciate him? Also, I'd like us to also very quickly appreciate my father in the profession, Engineer Ganiu Abiodun Johnson. He's given us a donation already for this building. If you know what this means, what does it mean? 5 million naira. Thank you very much. Well, so here we are. Can we have it on the screen, please? Okay, so today the estimated cost of the project is 1.5 billion naira. As we speak, we've expended about 220 million naira already. So, can you please go to, it's located in Lugbe, Abuja, on the way to the airport building. So, next slide, please. You are running more than your feet. The problem we are solving. Move on. Next slide. This is what the layout looks like. We'll go to the 3D very quickly. I'm trying to manage our time. Next slide, please. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Go on, next slide. Okay. This is the work that had been done. All of this land purchase, 2,600 square meters of land. All of the works that had been done previously. Next slide. So, this is what we're building. This is what we're building. And I must say that anything and everything that we have done in this place, we have not borrowed 1 naira from anybody. So by the grace of God, if anybody tells you that NICE is owing them 1 kobo or NSC is owing them 1 kobo here, it's a lie. What we have done is that all of us, by goodwill, by deliberate sacrifices, have built it up to the level that we showed you. The foundations are done. So please, I want to use this opportunity to to ask that all of you should please join us. Already,
Go back to the former slide.
Thank you.
The one, yeah, the building, the 3D.
The 3D, yes.
Mr. Chairman, we observe that you have only nice logo there. There should be an NSC logo beside it. Because this property, after completion, belongs to NSC. I told them yesterday when they came to my office for courtesy visit that I need to have the original papers. I'll give them the photocopies.
Where I come from, sir, if the child likes, he should build 1,000 houses. It is the room that he is allocated by the father that belongs to him. So, there is no argument in that matter. As far as we are concerned, well, yes, sir. So, this is where we are. And it is our very sincere hope that everyone in this hall and those who are joining online will join us in this work. As we speak, work has not still stopped. And we're hoping that before long, we will call you together again as we dedicate this building. But this can only be possible if we all join hands together and we support the project. Now, yes, the details. Go on, thank you. Fundraising and how to donate. Bank transfer, Providence Bank, account name, NICE Headquarters Project. Account number 1304-222-129. Again, so that all of us are on the same page. Account name, NICE Headquarters Project, Bank, Providence Bank. Account number 1304-222-129. If you want to scan your QR code, we will be sending to every one of us so that you can scan the QR code appropriately. And please, for any reason, for any clarification, if you want any additional information, I will be available at any point in time to provide any such information. I thank you for your time. God bless you. Thank you very much. Because of the amount of time that we have spent, we'll move very quickly to the fellowship conferment. But like it's our usual practice, the chairman of the occasion. Chairman of the occasion, sir. With your kind permission, sir, we have come to the end of the first section. The next section is the fellowship conferment, and we would like to take your directive, sir.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you for ending the first session very well. And those who wish to stay for the second session can stay, but I would like to urge everyone to at least sit and observe the commencement of the second session before they take their leave.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I'd like the acting executive secretary of the institution, Engineer Mrs. Adeleke Ayanronke, to please come forward. I'd like to request all the conferees, all that will be conferred with the distinguished fellowship of our institution, to please line up at the back. I'd like the DNC, Engineer Professor Niemeka Ali, to please come forward. Engineer Robbie James Owivery, please come forward very quickly. I'd like my distinguished past national chairmen that are here to please come forward also. Engineer Ezugu, Engineer VC Ezugu, Engineer Tanko, please come forward very quickly. I'd like us to expedite this so that we do not hold our dignitaries in any form. How many of them do we have? About 60. 60? Yeah, I'm aligned up to the unit. She wants us. That is here.
They can process in now.
Yes.
No,
Once and for all. So I want you to go to the back, arrange them. Let everybody just come. Where are their gowns? They shouldn't put on their...
So, Engineer Professor Ali FNSC will be having a very short discussion with the conferees, and then they will make their procession in and will be conferred. So let's be snappy.
So let them match, let them be matched.
So please, the procession can commence.
They're supposed to have their gowns.
Okay, while you are dressing up, may I request the police, the police band, please give us some music.
It's only the cat, they will not, that's all.
Wear your gown, but do not wear your hat.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce a donation of 2 million naira from Senator Adekemi Kila's family. The children have just come forward with that donation. Thank you very much. I'd also like to take, while we're getting the conferees ready, I'd like the children to also come forward for a quick vote of thanks. The children of Senator Adekemi Kila. They want to come forward. Just 1 minute, please.
Ghana taking his own here.
No.
We are going to meet.
We're going to go on.
Hello. Please, those who are already, they are ready with their uniforms on, please can you start matching them? Just be quick now, just to wear that gown, it shouldn't take any long. Start coming up. Somebody should lead them. DNC, okay. DNC.
The fellows are now processing.
The chairman board of fellows said I should come and represent the board, and I didn't call board of fellows. So no, if they didn't call now. If they didn't call, I can't call. They only call past MCs now. They didn't call board of fellows.
Engineer Boaz, please. Engineer Boaz. Emeritus ES. He got that title this morning from Otumba 1. There is Emeritus PNC, there's Emeritus ES. Yes.
And then the chairman board of fellows, I mean representative.
Yes.
Can you wear do you want any extra gown?
Get down for
Let us
me down document.
I one.
I know.
Engineer Garba is if he asks us to get out of this place,
They are not in a particular order.
I think they should share the links for them.
Yes, it's 30. No, there are.
Are you standing here?
What? We may not be able to arrange it. We'll just go as we come. That's because assuming we know no, let's do the rituals first. Let's do the rituals. Let's do the NC. You should come and finish the rituals, all those questions. And all
I think before that, the chairman of board of fellows
want to make a speech.
Let him make a speech.
Chairman board of fellows will speak now.
May I change our
My national chairman, I present to you this candidate for the conferment of the Presidial Fellowship Award of the institution.
Okay.
My national chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Please go ahead.
The president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, the deputy president, past presidents, our distinguished fellows, my NC and past NC. I am Engineer Yakubu Ali Garba, a member of the Board of Fellows of NICE, representing the chairman of NICE. The national chairman, the engineers before you have been screened by the Board of Fellows and found worthy of the prestigious fellowship of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. During the screening,
two things happened. I think we had a candidate that graduated 1980. Is he here? Somebody graduated 1980 with 46 years of experience. Is he around? Because the Board of Fellows chairman instructed me that when I come, I should check the person for him. Now, since he's not around, the second issue that happened is that we have a couple, the Mr. and Mrs., to be conferred with fellowship today. The Mrs. is our acting executive secretary, and then the chairman of NICE Abuja chapter, and her husband, all of them of Abuja chapter of NICE. I think it's something laudable with their journey. I know when they came and joined the Nigerian Society of Engineers Abuja branch and NICE Abuja chapter, today they are fellows. So, Mr. Chairman, I hereby present you the candidates for the award of prestigious fellowship of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. Distinguished engineers, chairman in council and chairman of this occasion, distinguished engineer Ali Mazria Rabiu, I'd like to begin the conferment of this fellowship. Basically, I would like to say first and foremost that this fellowship is a combination of two batches. One was supposed to have been held in December, and then the one that was supposed to be held in this month of March. So what you have is a combination of two batches of fellowship conferees. Also in this particular grouping, we have honorary fellowship conferment on Professor Jerry Ghana, who is to be represented, and by reason of circumstance, experience, and honor, we will also be conferring a distinguished honorary fellowship on former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, okay, he's not an engineer today, he's an honorary member, General Yakubu Gowon, retired. If you recall, if you are clapping, please clap well. If you recall, during last year's event, he was in full attendance up till we finished, but we decided to do the conferment privately. So we'll be leaving this venue to do that conferment for General Gowon privately. That said, I want to congratulate all of you, our distinguished conferees, for this milestone achievement, and to say without any fear that going forward, you have moved up one more ladder, and it's our sincere hope that you will be found worthy of this exalted position. Being a fellow of NICE, it is not child's play. A good number of you are my colleagues at work, and means that you come to the table of fellows with a lot of experience. There are some of you here who are actually my seniors, and with pride, I welcome you to the distinguished cadre of fellows immediately after the conferment. But a lot will be expected from you. Hopefully, you will not disappoint yourself, you will not disappoint the institution, neither will you disappoint the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so very much. Today, standing in for the ES is ES Emeritus, Engineer Boaz.
Thank you, my NC, that have been confirmed with that prestigious honor, ES Emeritus. My dear NC, sir, I present to you these candidates that are standing before you, who have been screened and found wanting of being conferred with the prestigious Fellow of Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. I present them to you. Because of want of time, I will not be calling their name one by one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. Engineer Boaz, have they been duly screened assessed and confirmed to be worthy of conferment?
Yes, my chairman. The screening was done. The first batch was done. The second batch was also done by the Board of Fellows, whom our own dear engineer here, Engineer Yakubu, is representing. They have been duly screened and found worthy to be awarded the prestigious Fellow of NICE. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, our distinguished ES Emeritus. And so, without much ado, by the powers conferred on me as the National Chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, we will now administer the oath unto each and every one of you, after which you can now put on your caps, and then you're properly decorated by our distinguished seniors on the raised days. Do we have that understanding? Now, when I administer the oath, instead of putting my name, you will put your name. Is that correct? So that if you put my name, that means that I'm the one that is being conferred, not you. Thank you very much. Can you please just repeat after me? I. Mention your name, please. Do solemnly swear or affirm, depending on you, that I will be faithful, loyal, and bear true allegiance to the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. I will discharge my duties to the institution to the best of my abilities, in accordance with the memorandum and articles of the institution and the bylaws, and always serve with integrity and purpose for the well-being and prosperity of the institution. I will strive to preserve the fundamentals of the institution and to ensure its continued progress. I will devote myself to the service of the institution as always. So help me God. So today, the 28th of March, 2026, I hereby admit you to the distinguished cadre of fellows of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. So all the documentations will be signed as you are decorated, and we will move on. Thank you so very much. So from the first line, you will come up. From the first line, you will come up from that end. No. Hold on, please. Just hold on. Just hold on. So. Please come up, Engineer Dr. Awosonya David Olugbenga.
Please give him a round of applause.
No.
So that immediately they come, they go here.
Yes.
Ended. Let's do this first.
Let us see.
Okay. Are you doing it here?
We're doing it here. Okay, you want to go and do it downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it downstairs.
Okay.
So we reduce the volume.
Okay.
Let's do it down.
Olugbenga, fún mi ní medallion. Medallion.
Yes.
Ẹni Olugbenga.
It's my good friend, I'm organic kind of.
Okay.
He does this.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. Photograph.
Remove your sack.
Go. Don't worry. Go. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Just stay in the middle. I'll call the name. Then you take the picture.
Engineer Akambi Monsuru Oladipupo.
Is he here? Is he here? No.
Keep it. Next.
Engineer Dr. Dan Jumbo Fubara Gibson, F. Nice.
Is he here?
Dr. Fubara, please come forward.
Oh, yeah, you pass it since he's here. So this is his box. This is his box.
We should give it to the person. Engineer Onyegbule Onyenya Ato. Sorry. Engineer Onyegbule Ato.
Is he here? No. Next person.
Engineer Obafemi Babatunde Olufemi.
Is he here? No.
Engineer Adeoye Bolanle Folusho.
Is he here?
Engineer Adeoye Bolanle.
Engineer Adeoye, are you here? Okay, bring it, bring it. Where's the...
Where's the box?
Where's the remaining part, please?
And they are bring. Engineer Dr. Awaji Bana Tugwell. Engineer Dr. Awaji Bana Tugwell Owo.
Yeah. Okay. Next one, next one.
Engineer Yahaya Kamilu Abiodun.
This is box.
Engineer Yahaya Kamilu Abiodun. Are you here?
Yes, see him here.
Oh. Yeah, where's his box?
Engineer Kayode Abimbola Latifat.
Not here, not here. Shogbeson, okay, she's here.
Engineer Shogbeson Olushola Ajoke. Engineer Usman Ibrahim Jaji.
Yeah, Usman is not here. Usman
Bakoldi. Yes. Engineer Bolaji Taye Steve.
Is he here?
Engineer Makonjuola Yinka Idowu. Are you here?
Makonjuola. Is he here? No.
The one before Makonjuola, please. The one before Makonjuola.
Engineer
Agbomeji.
Agbomeji Shafiu Adero.
No, the one before. Bolaji Taiwo. He's here.
Where is the Bolaji Taiwo? Is he here? Yes, here.
Please, we need it.
Oh, yeah, Bolaji. But you didn't respond. Please be responding so that we can know you are around. Now, please let me look for the Bolaji.
Once we call on the... Where's my...
Oh, yeah.
This... No. Makajuola, please.
Oh, yeah. Is that Agbomeji? Okay, box for...
Agbomeji is not here.
Agbomeji is here now.
Okay, Agbomeji.
Okay. Where is he?
Oh, yeah. Olukoko.
Engineer Olukoko Ibironke Adeola.
One Yinka you return again.
Hey, they are looking for it. Where is the Yinka what?
Please, to help the process, if we call your name and you are here, just wave us, and then we know you are here.
Bring Olukoko. Just call it. He's not around.
Engineer Olukoko Bamidele Adeniran. Engineer Solomon Vivian Ebinif. Engineer Solomon Vivian.
Solomon Vivian. Okay, he's around.
Engineer Akinsanya Adegboyega Rotimi.
Is he around? Is Akinsoya around?
Engineer Oyeboade Mujib Olaide.
Is he around? Okay. So yeah, pass it on. Next person, please.
Yes, sir.
I think we need to pause.
Let's pause.
Let's pause.
Please, let's pause.
Let's pause. Just hold it. Let's go.
Please, look for what
Engineer Adejimi Adetayo Olushola.
Please always answer.
Okay,
where's the
next
park?
person.
Oh yeah. Where's the box?
Engineer Ghana Musa Patiko.
Engineer Patiko. Where is the box? The box, please. Always come with the box so that we can pass it.
Engineer Suleiman Olalere Kazim. Engineer Suleiman Kazim. Engineer Suleiman Kazim. Not here.
Not here, okay.
Engineer Okore Iroha
Engineer
Odege.
Roha, please come forward. Where is the box, please? Where's Engineer Bolaji?
Abushio.
Engineer Aboshio Emmanuel.
Engineer Abosho Emmanuel, please come forward. The back, please. Back.
Take the box for Abushio.
Engineer Erifeta Kingsley.
He's not here. He's not here.
Okay. Sorry, where is the one?
Engineer Abayomi Rafiu Oladipupo. Here.
Okiola Sukomi Razak.
The park, please.
Engineer Oki Olasunkanmi Razak.
Is he here?
Park.
Oki.
The park.
Park now. Don't leave the park.
Engineer Oluguntoye Ebenezer Olumide. See, be opening it in the park.
That's what I want to do.
Please give us the park. Give us the park.
I don't want you to meet
There's
us. Please,
a
let's
park.
hold on. Oh, yeah. So he's set to.
Engineer Nkoro Ebenezer Ogubike.
Okay, he's there.
Always
So,
bring
yeah,
the
this
park.
is park now. Yes.
I make you know that process is due now.
Engineer Damjo Bridget Doshima.
Is she here? Is she here? Okay. Oh, yeah. With the park.
Engineer Fayokun Olayemi Ajoke. Engineer Fayokun Olayemi Ajoke.
Not here.
Bring them now.
Engineer Lawal Bashiru Atunde.
Is he here? No, he's not here.
Engineer Olarinwaju Alero Elizabeth.
She's here. Just pass it on. She's here. Yeah. The back. Next person.
Next.
Engineer Balogun Abdulrahman Ola. Engineer Balogun.
Engineer Balogun is here. He's here. Oh, yeah. He's back.
What is? Get this man name so that we can. I don't know his name again.
Engineer Ajayi Temitope Akin.
Engineer Temitope.
The back. Next person.
Engineer Bakare Lukman Adeni. Engineer Bakare Lukman Adeni.
Next.
Engineer Osumboye Gbenga David.
He's here.
Engineer Osumboye, step forward.
He's back.
Give some.
The back. The back. Next.
Engineer Adewoyin Oyinlola.
Engineer Oyinlola, are you here?
Not here.
Not here.
Next person.
Next.
The back, please.
Engineer Dr. Atakere Felix Use.
Engineer Felix, are you here? No.
I don't think he's here. The back.
Engineer Opeloyeru Fatima Folake.
He's here. She's here. Pass it on. Subair, she's not here. Just call him.
Engineer Subair Suraju Olajide.
Not here.
Engineer Suraju, are you here? No. He's not here. Return it.
Next now.
Engineer Olajide Simon Olamide.
Engineer Simon. He's not here.
Not here.
Simon, are you here?
Olajide Simon.
Engineer Suleye Abiola Idayat.
Engineer Idaya.
Yeah, the back.
Next one.
Bring the box. Box. Bring the box. Yeah, the next person.
Next.
The back. The back.
Engineer Adesomo Adejimi Simon Simeon. Engineer Simeon, not here. Engineer Dr. Meshak Ilenwa Alpha.
Yeah, this is the pack for Meshach. Let's hold on. Take, Silas, this is pack.
Please, bring.
Are we, is it the congestion?
Engineer Awosile Abolade Oluk Kayode.
Is he here? Engineer Awoshile Abolade. Okay, he's here. He's there. Yeah, this is packed. So there's still queue. Please, let's hold on. There's still queue.
Remember, bring. Just bring.
They see, they are already.
We'll keep it here.
Please let them leave and let them.
Next.
Engineer Adejobi Ismail Adebayo.
Adejobi Ismail. Okay, he didn't come. He didn't come.
Next.
Engineer Abidoye Samuel Olarewaju.
Is he there? Okay, he's there. He's there. Yeah. He's back.
Engineer Agbaje Olushina Bamidele.
Agbaje Olushina.
Engineer Egunjobi Adebola Abayomi. Engineer Abayomi, are you here?
Okay.
Engineer Adeleke Stephen Adedapo. Engineer Adeleke Stephen Adedapo.
Oh yeah, this is the cover you asked me. Engineer Adeleke. Engineer Adeleke Stephen. Abi?
Engineer Adeshomo Adejimi Simeon.
Engineer who? He's president.
Adeshomo Adejimi Simeon.
Okay, no, it's not him. It's not here. Cover. Okay, park. The park is already. Okay. Adesomo is not here. I think I've given the park. So where is the park for this one then? Next, please.
Engineer Adeleke Shola Ayaronke. Please, where's her husband? The spouse should please join her. Two of them. Okay. Oh, you have been formally detained. Both spouses are fellows of nice. Engineer Muili. Engineer Muili Nimotolai Adebukola. Have you finished? Have you finished?
Respond to the name. Let's call her name now. Let me give you the Danjuma Dauda. Catherine, yeah, I'm looking for that.
Please, the coveries, don't go. You are going to have pictures with the national chairman. Catherine, Aladekugbe. Don't go.
Engineer Aladekugbe Olufunmilayo Catherine.
Then who else have not received? Who else have not received?
I hope all our conferees have received. All conferees, please, can you please come forward for a group photograph? All conferees, please come for your group photograph.
Oh yeah, call number 49. Call number 49.
Engineer Danjuma Dauda Abubakar.
So this one is give Dan. Ele ni fún Danjuma. Sir? Jerry Ghana. We didn't produce Jerry Ghana. We didn't produce it. No, we were like.
Please, all the conferees, no, just come, file out, come up. Some of you should climb the stage. Let's have some on the ground. The national chairman, the executive committee, board of fellows to please step to the ground. Board of fellows, please step to the ground so that you can be flanked by the conferees. Yes, celebration. Just calm it down a bit. Calm it down, calm it down. DJ Legend, thank you. Please, let's have the National Executive Committee members step to the ground floor. Conferees will flank them. Board of Fellows, National Executive Committee members, the National Chairman, please on the ground floor as...
Okay, down, ground.
Yes, to the ground. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent. May I now invite for the vote of thanks the chairman of the Colloquium Planning Committee, team lead, Engineer Olumo Sharafadin, FNSC, F-Nice. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes up for the goodwill vote of thanks. On behalf of the conferees, in 30 seconds. All right.
Thank you, the powerful MC. Once again, my name is Engineer Mrs. Adeleke Shola Ayoronke. On behalf of the conferees, we say big thank you to NC and all the distinguished leaders. Thanks for giving us this opportunity. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now the vote of thanks.
Thank you, MC. Engineer Oluma Sharafaddin is my name. On behalf of all the planning committee and the Nigerian Institution of Engineers, I want to wish each and every one of us safe journey back to our various destinations. We thank you all for your time and sacrifices. We hope and pray that we shall still gather here next time to celebrate this, our distinguished, very honorable personnel in the civil engineering profession. Thank you all and God bless.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you all. Our online participants, thank you. Joining messages to your various destinations. Please let us rise. We shall take the closing prayer and then the national anthem. Together we recite the third stanza of the national anthem as our closing prayer. Together we pray. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. The national anthem. Thank you, thank you, thank you.